Please rise as we're led in prayer. By Chuck Kinder, the lay pastor in Charleston, West Virginia. Please remain standing after the prayer as the senator from Wyoming leads us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let us pray. In the rush of all the important business before us, we pause in silence to acknowledge you, O Lord. We are reminded the psalmist says, except the Lord build the house, they labor in vain that build it. Except the Lord watch the city, the watchman waketh but in vain. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. We pray that you will watch over us as we build a better West Virginia. We pray especially for these chosen men and women in the West Virginia Senate and the staff that supports them. We thank you for the talents that they bring to this task each day. We thank you for their willingness to serve our citizens in this way. We pray that they would seek your guidance, follow your leading to do the important work before them. We've heard recent reports of more than 6,000 West Virginia citizens who have died from the COVID pandemic. Also, the opioid epidemic also continues to take its toll on our people. So many grandparents are stepping up to care for grandchildren. Because of these issues, lots of our citizens are hurting right now. We pray for your peace, comfort, and protection upon them all. We pray for unity among our leaders, a spirit of cooperation throughout the branches of government here at this important time. We ask your blessing on our governor and our legislative leaders and the people of West Virginia. We pray that you would guide, lead, and direct the efforts of these affected officials as they lay the foundation for our future steps. But most of all, we pray your will be done. Nothing more, nothing less, and nothing else. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Senator from Wyoming.
Will the Senate and the galleries please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reading of the Journal.
West Virginia Legislature, Senate Journal, February 22nd, 2022. The Senate met at 11:02 a.m. Senator Blair, Mr. President, in the chair.
Senator from Boone requests unanimous consent to further reading the journals dispensed with and the journal be approved. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Further reading of the journals dispensed with and the journals approved. Introduction of guest. On behalf of the Senate, it is my pleasure to welcome the honorary pages for the day. Please stand and be recognized as your name is called. As guest is the Senator from Boone, William Elkins. As guest is the Senior Senator from the 8th, Joshua Templeton, Samuel Templeton, and Langston Cardoz. As guest is the Senator from Greenbrier, Montana Carrico, and Isaiah Taylor. Guest is a senator from Harrison, Francisco Reed, and a guest is a junior senator from the 17th, Jesse Bowman. Will the Senate please make them feel welcome? Further introductions, Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senate, it is your honor and mine to introduce our doc of the day. In the rear of the chamber, we have with us today Dr. Art Calhoun from West Union, West Virginia. If he wouldn't mind standing, let Senate give you a warm welcome.
Further introductions. Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. On your behalf, I'd like to introduce the folks that are sitting in the presidential gallery. We have Carl McLaughlin of the Kanawha State Forest Foundation, Stephen Browning of the West Virginia State Parks, and Matt Yeager, District Administrator. If they could all stand and if the Senate could make them feel welcome.
Senior Senator from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of all the senators, it's my pleasure to introduce a colleague that I came in the Senate with many years ago, but Mike Ross, and I'm friends with the Ross and Rossi family very, very well, known Sal for many, many years. But Mike, welcome to the Senate.
Further introductions. Senator from Mason.
On your behalf and the behalf of the senior senator from the 4th District, I would like to welcome Mason County Commissioner Rick Hanley, who's in the North Gallery. Rick is not only Mason County Commissioner, but he's also important in shaping the person that I am today, as he was my 6th grade teacher, my junior high track coach, and my high school basketball coach. If the Senate would please make him feel welcome.
Senator from Marion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Today, on behalf of my senior senator from Monongalia and the entire Senate, we have a couple visitors from WVU student government with us today in the South Gallery that I'd like to introduce. First of all, Legislative Affairs Officer Logan Riffey is with us, if he would please stand. And Senator at Large and Government Relations Chair Azim Khan is with us. And Mr. President, I'd like to just mention that Azim Khan was my campaign manager when I won this Senate seat, so if he can get me elected, the guy can do anything. Please make him welcome. I appreciate it.
Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Logan, today we have seated in the President's Gallery the chaperone of our Scott High School page today, William Elkins' mother, Valerie Elkins. If she'll stand in the Senate, make her welcome.
Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today we have with us seated in your gallery the chaperone for 2 of our pages from Mountain View Christian Academy, Montana Carrico and Isaiah Taylor's West Virginia history teacher, Miss Amy Adkins. If she would please stand so the Senate could make her welcome.
Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Got a couple introductions today on your behalf and on behalf of my junior senator from Lewis County. First of all, we have one of the parents of our page today. Our page is Francesca Reed, and her mother, Jacqueline's here with us from Notre Dame High School. Thank you, Jacqueline. Stand up and please be recognized. There she is. Also, Mr. President, we have one of our history heroes in the gallery with us today. She works as a librarian and board member with the Hackers Creek Pioneer Descendants, and she's from Lewis County, helping to preserve Lewis County history. Will the Senate please make Paula McGrew feel welcome? Paula, please stand up wherever you're at. Over here, I believe. Thank you, Mr. President.
Junior Senator from the 17th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Again, we welcome one of your honorary pages, Jesse Bowen, who's at Hayes Middle School, and on behalf of the senior senator from the 17th and myself would like to have her father, Josh Bowen, stand and be recognized. He's in the communications department with the West Virginia State Police. If the members would join me in welcoming him. Thank you.
Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your behalf and my junior senators from Kanawha's behalf, we have with us today 3 pages. 2 of them are from Nitro High School and 1 of them from Andrew Jackson Middle School. Their chaperones are here today. If David Templeton would stand and Stephanie Cardos would stand, the Senate, please make them welcome.
Are there further introductions? Chair has an introduction. in the President's Gallery of a good friend of mine from all the way back when I was in my early 20s is with us today. His name's Richard Dennis. Richard, would you please stand and will the Senate make him welcome? Further introductions. Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of Committee Substitute for House Bill 2096, reinstating the Film Investment Tax Credit.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 3223 prohibits state, county, and municipal governments from dedicating or naming any public structure for a public official who is holding office at that time.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government and Organization.
House Bill 4019 relating to deadlines for public charter schools.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 4262 relating to licensure for polygraph examiners.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government and Organization.
House Bill 4566, creating the Economic Enhancement Grant Fund.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 4567, relating to business and occupation or privilege tax.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 4591, relating to accelerating the conversion of the state excise tax on the privilege of transferring real property into a county excise tax.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 4604, relating to abolishing the Workforce Development Initiative Program Advisory Council.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education.
House Bill 4606, authorizing programs to assist at-risk veterans and their families with existing resources to combat suicide.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Military and then on the Committee on Finance.
Committee Substitute for House Bill 4644, prohibiting the restriction, regulation, use, or administration of lawn care and pest care products.
Message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development.
House Joint Resolution 102, clarifying that policymaking and rulemaking authority of the State Board of Education is subject to legislative review, approval, amendment, or rejection.
Message will be received. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Objection's been heard. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I move the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be read at first time.
Senator Biadiz. Question now is on the motion by the senior senator from the 17th. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Clerk will read the resolution the first time.
House Joint Resolution 102, clarifying that policymaking and rulemaking authority of the State Board of Education is subject to legislative review, approval, amendment, or rejection. First reading of the resolution.
The resolution will be advanced. Communications from the executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 71, prohibiting political subdivisions from enacting certain ordinances, regulations, local policies, or other legal requirements, and reports back a committee substitute for same, and committee substitute for Senate Bill 466, relating to limitations on civil actions or appeals brought by inmates, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the two committee substitutes do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Senate Bill 420, relating to distribution of certain taxes and surcharges to benefit volunteer and part volunteer fire departments, and reports back a committee substitute for same, and Senate Bill 648, relating to Cable Television Systems Act, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the two committee substitutes do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Senate Bill 434, updating authority to airports for current operations, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
Report will be received, and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration Senate Bill 468, creating Unborn Child with Down Syndrome Protection and Education Act, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
Report will be received, and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on the Finance.
Your Committee on Natural Resources has had under consideration Senate Bill 485, authorizing DNR to enter in certain third-party contracts, and reports back a committee substitute for same, and Senate Bill 562, creating Adopt a Trail volunteer programs for public land under DNR jurisdiction, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the two committee substitutes do pass, but under the original double committee references, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Bill Hamilton, Chair.
Report will be received, and under the original double committee reference, the bills will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 522, combining offices of West Virginia State Americans with Disability Act and West Virginia Equal Employment Opportunity. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 536, relating generally to controlled substance criminal offenses, and committee substitute for Senate Bill 582, creating West Virginia Workforce Resiliency Act, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass. Respectfully submitted, Eric J. Tarr, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration Senate Bill 603, prohibiting licensure and relicensure in West Virginia if applicant is prohibited from practicing in another jurisdiction, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has had under consideration Senate Bill 610, relating to duties, powers, and responsibilities of DOT Secretary, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Charles H. Clements, Chair.
Report will be received and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Senate Bill 638, changing hearing and notice provisions for failing or distressed public utilities, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration Senate Bill 644, creating Charter School Stimulus Fund, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Patricia Puertas Rucker, Chair.
Report will be received and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration Senate Bill 647, prohibiting discrimination in organ donation process, and reports back to committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Michael J. Maroney, Chair.
Report will be received and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration Senate Bill 654, creating exceptions to West Virginia Invest's grant eligibility requirement, and reports back to committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Patricia Puertas Rucker, Chair.
Report will be received. Senator from Jefferson.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that Senate Bill 654 be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration Senate Bill 658, providing for salary supplement and expense reimbursements for licensed school psychologists, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Patricia Puertas Rucker, Chair.
Report will be received and under the original double committee reference, the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Military has had under consideration Senate Bill 672, exempting certain military veterans and their dependents from payment of tuition and fees, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Ryan W. Weld, Chair.
Report will be received and under the original double committee reference, the bills will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Education has had under consideration Senate Bill 676, relating to use of personal leave days by teachers, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, but with the further recommendation that it first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Patricia Puertas Rucker, Chair.
Report will be received. Senator from Jefferson.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent for Senate Bill 676 be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration Senate Bill 694, relating to oil and gas conservation, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Eric J. Tarr, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Military has had under consideration Senate Bill 698, relating to number and selection of members for Governor's Veterans Council, and reports back a committee substitute for same, committee substitute for Senate Bill 701, including children and spouses of deceased active duty officers and eligibility for War Orphan Education Program, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the two committee substitutes do pass. Respectfully submitted, Ryan W. Weld, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Energy, Industry, and Mining has had under consideration Senate Bill 713, originating in committee, relating to removing the statutory limit for the Environmental Laboratory Certification Fund, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Randy E. Smith, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Energy, Industry, and Mining has had under consideration Senate Bill 714, originating in committee, relating to tie votes by the Coal Miner Safety and Technical Review Committee, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Randy E. Smith, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 34, naming the U.S. Marine Corps Sergeant Major Herman H. Bronner Memorial Bridge, Senate Concurrent Resolution 37, Harrison County Veterans Memorial Bridge, and House Concurrent Resolution 28, naming the Captain Billy Jake Smith Memorial Bridge, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Charles H. Clements, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 45, naming the U.S. Army Corporal John D. Doyle Sr. Memorial Road, and reports back a committee substitute for same with the recommendation that the committee substitute be adopted. Respectfully submitted, Charles H. Clements, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4126, authorizing certain agencies of the Department of Health and Human Resources to promulgate legislative rules, and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles H. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 4307, increase some benefits payable by the Crime Victims Compensation Fund, and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received, and under the original double committee reference, the bills will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 30, naming the U.S. Army Private Dallas H. Johnson World War II Memorial Bridge, and has amended same, and House Concurrent Resolution 59, naming the Warrant Officer James G. Bosley Memorial Bridge, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each be adopted as amended. Respectfully submitted, Charles H. Clements, Chair.
Report will be received. Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills.
There are none.
Resolutions.
There are none.
Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Unfinished business.
Senate Resolution 38, supporting the bilateral trade agreement between United States and Taiwan.
Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that we return to the second order of business before we take up the resolution.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're honored and pleased to have, I believe they're in the South Gallery, which from my posture here on the floor I can't see, but we have distinguished guests who've joined us for our consideration of the resolution, which will be the next order of business on the floor. And they are all three from the Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office in the United States. Diplomats from Taiwan, who are, Mr. President, as you know, our friends. And I can't tell if they're all three up above, but if they are, I'd like them to stand. Robin Cheng is a deputy representative. Daniel Chow is the director of the consular division. And Dennis Huang is a consular officer. And any of those who are up there, I'd like for them to stand and for the Senate to make them welcome.
Unfinished business.
Senate Resolution 38, supporting bilateral trade agreement between the United States and Taiwan.
Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, that any committee reference be dispensed with, and that the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 38, reaffirming supporting the signing of a bilateral trade agreement between the United States and the Republic of China, Taiwan, strengthening the sisterhood partnership between the state of West Virginia and Taiwan, and reaffirming support for Taiwan's meaningful participation and contributions in international organizations.
Is there discussion? Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this resolution. And let me begin these remarks, if I may, by just observing and noting what we all know. The world that we live in is fraught with dangers and enemies of freedom. When we watch on the news now as Russian troops menace peaceful democratic Republic of Ukraine, think about what it would be like to be among 23 million people in the Pacific, people who are committed to freedom, democratic government, fundamental human rights, that are stared at by 1.7 billion people under the authoritative rule of the People's Republic of China. And that's what Taiwan is. Taiwan is that country. It is that free place in Asia where freedom prevails and that has enjoyed long friendship and support with the United States of America. And, as this resolution would reaffirm if it's adopted, a very special relationship with the people of West Virginia. That's what this resolution is about. Since 1980, it was in 1980 when the West Virginia Legislature first adopted a resolution providing for a special relationship, a sisterhood with Taiwan. And that has endured ever since. You know, here we are, 42 years later. We're reaffirming it today, I hope. We have enjoyed, because of that relationship, bilateral relations with Taiwan, cultural exchanges. Mr. President, you yourself, I think a few years ago, got to travel to Taiwan and meet and tour the land and see the people. They are so committed to freedom, free enterprise, industry. It is important, in my opinion, that we make statements like the one that I hope we will make in just a moment, affirming, our commitment, brotherhood and sisterhood with peoples who love freedom as we do. And that's what Taiwan is. And so, Mr. President, I should mention also, I forgot to mention this, this legislature has acted recently to take steps to open a trade office there. And that will be something that inures to the benefit of all of West Virginia and Taiwan. And so I'm in favor not only of this resolution, but the actions that we can take, that we reaffirm our commitment to those freedom-loving people a half a world away. Mr. President, I urge adoption of the resolution.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the eloquent remarks by our Senator from Oregon be placed in the appendix of the journal so that our friends can observe those remarks.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the Senate stand in recess for 5 minutes.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. I declare the Senate in recess for 5 minutes. Further unfinished business.
Senate Resolution 39, recognizing Emergency Conservation Act.
Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 39, recognizing the Emergency Conservation Act that was signed into law on March 31st, 1933 by President Franklin D. Roosevelt, which during the next 9 years would put to work more than 3 million young men enrolling in the Civilian Conservation Corps.
Question is on adoption of the resolution. Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, Mr. President. This is a very important resolution to those who love wildlife here in West Virginia and frequent our parks. Way back in 1933, President Franklin Roosevelt signed into law the Emergency Conservation Act, which created the Civilian Conservation Corps, and thereby putting 3 million young men to work during the throes of Depression. One park in particular is the Kanawha State Forest, and while I do not represent that part of Kanawha County, I frequent it just as much as just about anybody else. My boys are there at least once or twice a month, running around on the trails and getting into the creeks. But for the Emergency Conservation Act and the work of the Civilian Conservation Corps, Kanawha State Forest would not exist, and neither would a handful of other parks across our great state. And when I think of the parks, I think of the folks around in this chamber who frequent them. I think of the senator from Wyoming. I think of the senator from Boone. I think of the senator from Wyoming and the senator from Monongalia, who every time it's sunny out with at least 70 degrees, and some of them even in worse conditions than that, frequent our parks. The Kanawha State Forest Foundation takes pride in preserving the memory of the Civilian Conservation Corps and work every day to fulfill the legacy and dream of that particular act and the work done by the people here in West Virginia. And so I ask for a vote for Senate Resolution 39. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Monongalia.
Mr. President, I too rise in favor of Senate Resolution 39. Folks, in my area, as the Senator mentioned, is Cooper's Rock State Forest. And you can travel pretty much anywhere through the forest. As soon as you enter the forest, we have a new gateway that was there many years ago. It was removed when we put in I-68. They restored that, and it's very similar to what the Conservation Corps had established back in, I guess it was about 1939, I guess. But that's back in place. But I've worked with the foundation in my organization there at Cooper's Rocks. In this body, unbeknownst to you, we were able to put some funding towards those folks. And some of the remnants of the encampments that the young men were staying in, the hand-built fireplaces, the pavilions, just the tent platforms and things like that, we helped to restore that here within just the last 10 years. So if you're ever in Monongalia County, take a moment to drive through Cooper's Rocks, drive the lower loop, and you will see these encampments that these young men, and I'm told some young women, participated. Although we didn't know they were women, they were disguised. But they too needed some employment, and this was an opportunity for them. But again, I'm very much in favor of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. If any of you of course, I'd invite you to Twin Falls. I'm there frequently, but if any of you get a chance to visit Watoga, you'll still find pool buildings, office buildings, structures that are built with logs that are big around as my desk. Point being that those things are there. They were built by the Conservation Corps, and they'll probably be there that much longer. It is incredible. It blends right in with our largest and oldest state park, Watoga. Go to visit. You'll appreciate it. I'm obviously up to urge a yes vote on this.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question is on adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 230 relating generally to public employees grievance procedure. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the short title indicates, committee substitute for Senate Bill 230 addresses the public employees grievance process. It would amend several sections in the code. They're all in Chapter 6C, Article 2, which is the grievance procedure article. This bill amends some definitions. It actually amends the definition of grievance, making clear what is or is not a grievance. It would amend the procedure generally, including the very beginning of a grievance procedure. The amendments to the statute, Section 3, would require a signed grievance form with a notarized signature, and it makes clear that if a grievance isn't properly filed, it can be dismissed. The bill makes amendments to Section 6. There's provision in Section 6 that now will provide for the awarding of attorney's fees if the grievant is determined by the administrative law judge to have filed a grievance that lacked substantial justifications, or that it was not brought in good faith, or that the grievance was brought with malice or wrongful purpose, including or not limited to delay or harassment. The committee substitute addresses composition of the grievance board, and it requires that upon the expiration of the current terms, appointments be by the governor with advice and consent of the Senate. Requires a remaining member to be chosen from the largest labor organization in the state or an education employee organization. Makes clear the board terms for 5 years. Mr. President, I'll be happy to try to answer any questions about this. I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 230. In particular, I object to the loser pay provision that requires payment to the prevailing party at level 3 not to exceed $1,000. $1,000 may not sound a lot to you or me, but if you're making $25,000 a year, that's about 2 to 3 weeks of work dedicated to that particular provision. And so that'll have a chilling effect even for meritorious grievances. The bill goes further, and under certain circumstances, the loser on a third level will have to pay all actual attorney's fees and costs. We're talking about paying attorneys that make $250 an hour. We're talking about the working men and women of West Virginia who make $12 or $13 an hour. Again, a chilling effect. This is a bad bill. And I'll also add, just for a little consistency, this body passed certain bills that the argument for them was to reduce the barriers for alternative schools and teaching. This just increases barriers for our working men and women here in West Virginia. So I ask for a little consistency and I ask for a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion, Senator from Brooke.
Mr. President, just wanted to bring to the body's attention and anybody who might be listening out in space that the junior senator from the 8th is correct on a partial point regarding the attorney's fees in an instance like this. And specifically, Section 6 of the bill, which is on the last page, I want to bring to everybody's attention. The prevailing party may move for and request attorney's fees and costs to exceed $1,000. And the ALJ may grant them only if they find, and again, only if they can find that the grievance or defense which lacked any basis in fact or law was not brought in good faith or was brought with malice or wrongful purpose, including, but not limited to, delay or harassment. And then they may award the fee. So only then. So this isn't a blanket. You have lost your grievance. You had a valid grievance that you thought you had a right to bring, and you had the lawful right to do so, but you lose for whatever reason. That's not what this is talking about. This is only talking about instances which lacked any basis in fact or was not brought in good faith or brought with malice or wrongful purpose. So there's a difference, Mr. President, and I want the body to know that. I want to make that clear for the body and anybody who may be listening at home. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Further discussion, Senator from Harrison.
Mr. President, would the senator from Jefferson yield as the lead sponsor?
Will the senator yield? Senator from Jefferson yields.
Yes.
Senator, I was just wondering what the inspiration was for this bill. Do you have any idea how many grievances are filed every year in the state of West Virginia?
So this is similar to a bill that I filed last year, and I did that research last year, but I have to admit I don't remember all the numbers, but it's hundreds.
I'm sure it is. Do you have any idea how many of them are frivolous or not brought in good faith?
Well,
Is there such a number?
Again, I can't remember the number of that have been filed, but I do remember hearing that about 4% actually get, there's a word for it, go on the side of the grievant. And I'm sure that lawyers know what that word is, but about 4%.
Yeah, the grievance don't prevail very often.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Did you understand, and I'll disagree with my colleague from Brooke County, the way I read Section 6, was it your intention that the prevailing party could move for actual attorney's fees not to exceed $1,000, and then if the administrative law judge found that the grievance presented was in bad faith, the grievance or the defense was presented in bad faith, that they could then award attorney's fees and costs? Do you think those are to be read together or separately?
So again, I'm not a lawyer, but I do know that it is the intention of this legislation when I introduced it to help us prevent the delay of justice and the overflowing of cases by allowing those that don't have good merit to not clog it up, and that we find ways around that. I know that was one of the goals.
But again, my question is, as the writer of the bill, is the $1,000 the cap on the total award of any attorney's fees and costs, or can the administrative law judge make an award of attorney's fees up to $1,000, then if the administrative law judge finds bad faith, award additional attorney's fees and costs?
To me, it says not to exceed 1,000. I would assume that means it cannot exceed 1,000.
Perhaps I could bear upon it. May I ask the chairman to yield, Mr. President?
Will the senator from Morgan yield? Senator yields.
Senator, I'm reading through that, and I apologize that this wasn't brought to my attention at the time we debated the bill. But as I look at that, that's almost two different provisions. Do you think they're to be read together, that in order to award attorney's fees and costs not to exceed 1,000, the administrative law judge must find bad faith, among other findings, to award attorney's fees and costs?
I do. That's the way I read it. If you look at the first sentence of that section, which is not new language, it's current law, it says any expenses incurred relative to the grievance procedures at level 1, 2, or 3 shall be borne by the party incurring the expenses. So that's the traditional rule. Everybody pays for his or her own attorney's fees, the grievant and the agency. And then the new language is about a prevailing party being able to move for attorney's fees and costs not to exceed $1,000. And then I think the next sentence applies to what the administrative law judge can do with such a motion. And the administrative law judge, before you could award attorney's fees of any amount, but they're capped at $1,000, the administrative law judge had to find that the opposing party presented a grievance, and I should have noted this, a grievance or defense. This could go both ways. It could go against the employer as well.
Won't, but should.
that lacked any basis in law or fact, was not in good faith, or was brought with malice. I think that's all one piece relating to when you can or how could be a deviation from the standard rule, which is everybody bears his own costs and attorney's fees.
I have a concern that the construction, I agree with you, and I think that's our intent, but I have a concern that the construction of that provision from line 2 down to line 7 might be misconstrued. I mean, should we consider a floor amendment, with unanimous consent that would reverse those two sentences so that first there's the decision of whether or not a claim or defense was brought in bad faith, and then provided that the award could not exceed $1,000. I think it'd be a simple amendment, and I think it would clarify the bill significantly.
In terms of, I don't know that it's necessary, but I will say this. I mean, I think the senator from Harrison's reading this. I agree with what the senator from Harrison says our intention was. Everybody pays for his own attorney's fees unless you get into this situation where something was just filed that was malicious or without any basis, and then there's a $1,000 cap on anything the administrative law judge can do to award those. I'm not so block-headed that I will say there's never a better way to write something I'm trying to write, but that would not be my call, as to whether or not we would amend it at this stage.
Would you join me in that amendment and request for unanimous consent? I don't think it changes the intent as we just described it. But how about if we just move it to the foot of the bill and take a quick look at it before we pass it?
I personally have no objection to that, but again, it's not my call.
Let's lay it over for a day.
One day?
I missed that.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill lie over one day and retain its place on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Further bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 371, authorizing miscellaneous boards and agencies to promulgate legislative rules.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill lie over one day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 470, relating generally to health care decisions. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 470 is a health committee substitute. The bill came through the health committee and then was considered in the Judiciary Committee. The Judiciary Committee did not do a committee substitute or make any amendments to it. So the bill before the body now is as it came from the Committee on Health. It amends and reenacts a number of sections in Chapter 16, Article 30. Chapter 16, of course, is health. Article 30 is the West Virginia Healthcare Decisions Act. Essentially, in summary, this is an update of the forms that can be used for a living will, a medical power of attorney, a combined medical power of attorney, and a living will. It's updating those forms. It's eliminating some terms and definitions. The documents now, the form provided in code would eliminate references to persistent vegetative state, which was part of the old form. At least members here may remember that. The bill makes clear, I believe, that any medical power of attorney or living will that was created and executed under a former version of this act remains valid for all purposes. In fact, in my reading of the statute, the form is not mandatory. It allows It's presumptively valid if in drafting the thing a lawyer or a party follows the form, but it does not require that parties use these exact words or phrases set forth in the bill. Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 489, clarifying amount of deputy sheriff annual salary increase.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill over one day, while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 553, relating to powers of West Virginia Healthcare Authority. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 553 concerns the Health Care Authority, which is within the Department of Health and Human Resources. The bill removes the authority's power to adopt policy guidelines and expressly requires the authority to propose legislative rules regarding the Uniform Bill database. It prescribes what those rules must include. The bill also requires the Secretary of DHHR, to the extent he or she assumes or has assumed the Healthcare Authority's powers over the data repository program, to propose legislative rules commensurate with his or her assumption of those powers. I'll take questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 556, removing outdated reference to federal officers' peacekeeping authority. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 556 amends a single section of the state code. It's in Chapter 15, Article 10. Article 10 relates to cooperation between law enforcement agencies. All that this bill does is strike an obsolete code reference. In subdivision 8 of subsection B, there's a reference to police officers employed pursuant to 40 U.S.C. sections 319 and 490 at the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Criminal Justice Information Services Division. And that code reference has been changed by the Congress. It's no longer correct, so we strike it, and it will say simply police officers employed at the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Criminal Justice Information Services Division. I'll be happy to answer questions. Urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 586 relating to athletic eligibility of transfer students. Third reading of the bill. The bill is advanced to third reading with the right to amend.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Weld moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting clause.
Senator from Brook.
Thank you, Mr. President. Request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator from Brook.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill would, the amendment that you have before you in your system would become the bill if adopted, so I'll explain the two interchangeably. The bill as it went into the Education Committee came out amended slightly because there was a perceived lack of clarification or clarity in the bill, and so in this instance, I fully agree with the Senator from Harrison that this could have been drafted a little more artfully, and so I went back and had an amendment to ensure that we're very clear in what the intent of the bill is. The intent of the bill is to allow for high school students in the state of West Virginia to have one free transfer during their high school career. Right now, if a student transfers schools, except for very specific instances which are laid out in rules of our SSAC, the student is ineligible to participate in sports for a full year, and they have to sit out. Even if that transfer is made for an academic reason, which by and large most transfers are for that reason, they still have to sit out. So if a kid is trying to make a transfer to take advantage of a great math program at a school, but happens to play a sport as well, he's got to sit out for a full year. And so this bill would allow for a student to have one free transfer and then allow for the provisions that are currently in rule of the SSAC to be applied as well, and that includes student transferring back to their residential district as well as a bona fide change of residence. And so we reflect those in items 1 and 3 on the bottom, but still allow for that one transfer of a student. And again, I think it's important to note that even if a kid is transferring purely for academic reasons, they still have to sit out. So this would remedy what I feel is an inequity in the system and allow for a student to take advantage of that. I'll take any questions that the body may have, and I urge adoption of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 5th.
Senator from Brook yield.
Well, the Senator from Brook yields, the Senator yields.
So bona fide residence is not a P.O. box, correct?
No, and so to, I guess we'll say, combat that, the SSAC in their rules spells out what a bona fide change of residence is.
You got to go pretty deep in the rules because there are a lot of rules on this.
Yeah, a lot of rules here just for kids trying to play sports. So yeah, right here in 7.2a 1 through 6 are the rules on bona fide change of residence. And so what you're, the scenario that you suggested is just a P.O. box change without supporting evidence that's required here by the rule wouldn't be sustained.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speak to the bill.
Yes. I'm going to rise in support of the amendment because this has been going on for quite a few years trying to clarify this. I do personally believe that someone has the right to be able to transfer and should be able to. And we tried to clarify before that if you went back to your home school and things like that, that's still left in there. But I think this is clearly less subjective to the interpretation of the SSAC and more clear to the parents. So I urge the adoption.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment offered by the Senator from Brook. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be re-engrossed. The question now is on passage of the bill. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 586 requires the Secondary School Activities Commission to modify its rules to allow students to transfer schools and retain athletic eligibility one time during the student's 4 years of secondary school. Happy to answer any questions. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 31 yeas, 3 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has the title amendment.
Senator Weld moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 619 relating to rulemaking for unidentified and unnamed remains in possession of Chief Medical Examiner. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 619 requires the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to propose legislative rules and emergency rules providing for the disposition of unclaimed or unidentified remains in the possession of the Chief Medical Examiner's Office. The bill arises out of a PERD report issued in November 2021 that the Chief Medical Examiner's Office lacked authority to arrange for final disposition of decedent remains in its long-term custody. The report stated that some remains have been stored there since the 1970s. I'll take questions, otherwise I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 628, supplementing and amending appropriations to Department of Commerce, DNR. Third reading of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriates $1,184,162 from the unappropriated balance of general revenue for fiscal year 2022 to the Department of Commerce, Division of Natural Resources in the following manner. Personal services and employee benefits, $184,162, and current expenses of $1 million. These funds will allow for improvements to the Elk River Trail, including purchases of maintenance equipment, mowers, a backhoe, and garage and equipment storage. These funds would also provide for 2 additional staff members, a park superintendent, and additional maintenance staff person. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Senior Senator from the 5th. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present, those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective for passage and requesting unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 629, supplementing and amending appropriations to Department of Education, West Virginia Board of Education, Vocational Division. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriates $214,800 from the unappropriated balance of general revenue for fiscal year 2022 to the Department of Education, State Board of Education, Vocational Division, Jobs, Hope, and Appropriation. These funds will allow for a lease of 3 additional pieces of equipment to be used in the vocational division of the Jobs and Hope program. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare them. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. Request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 630, supplementing and amending appropriations to Higher Education Policy Commission Administration Control Account. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriates $400,000, $683, from the unappropriated balance of general revenue for fiscal year 2022 to the Higher Education Policy Commission Administration Facilities Planning and Administration appropriation. These funds will correct a posting error that was made within the commission. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 1 nay, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. I request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Objection's been heard. Senior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 1 nay, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 633, supplementing and amending appropriations to DHHR Consolidated Medical Services Fund. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriates $10 million from the unappropriated balance of general revenue for fiscal year 2022 to the Department of Health and Human Resources Consolidated Medical Services Fund Institutional Facilities Operations Appropriation. These funds will allow for state hospitals to cover cost of contract nurses. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than two-thirds of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 636, supplementing and amending appropriations to Department of Revenue Office of Tax Appeals. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Just two more, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriates $74,816 from the unappropriated balance of general revenue for fiscal year 2022 to the Department of Revenue, West Virginia Office of Tax Appeals Current Expenses Appropriation. These funds will allow for the one-time purchases of new office equipment to accommodate an expanding office due to provisions of House Bill 2581, which passed the legislature last year. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Senate Rule 43, I'm requesting a ruling from the chair as whether I should vote on this supplemental.
For what reason?
One of our companies is a participant for the supplemental.
Where's Sarah? Okay, come here. Senior Senator from the 8th, you will be excused from voting. Question now is on passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent not voting, and 1 excused. More than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. I request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator for the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, 1 excused. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 637, supplementing and amending appropriations to Executive Governor's Office Civil Contingent Fund. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This supplemental appropriates $15 million from the unappropriated balance of general revenue for fiscal year 2022 to the Governor's Contingent Fund Local Economic Development Assistance Appropriation. These funds will be used to continue the Local Economic Development Assistance Program administered by the Legislature in conjunction with the Governor's Office. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 639, providing 45-day waiting period on rate increases when water and sewer services are purchased from municipality. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 639 was introduced at the request of the Public Service Commission. It amends a single section of code to require a 45-day waiting period for an increase in municipal water or sewer rates, or both, to go into effect. The bill also provides that the rate increase only applies to services provided after the 45-day waiting period. The waiting period is intended to allow utilities that purchase water or sewer services from the municipality time to seek rate increases to cover the increased costs they will incur in purchasing water or sewer services from the municipality. I'll take questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close machine ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 640, eliminating requirement of PSC to send certain recommended decisions by certified mail.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill over 1 day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 643, removing residency requirement of members appointed to County Airport Authority. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Mercer.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill removes the current requirement that all members appointed by the County Commission to the County Airport Authority be residents of the county. Senate Bill 43 now requires that a majority of those appointed members be residents of the county. Other members have no residency requirements. I'll answer questions. Otherwise, I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk shall prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. I request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on the passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there an objection? Chair hears none. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 650, eliminating number of royalty owners required for utilization by operator for lawful use and development by co-tenants. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Brooke.
Senate Bill 650 amends 37B, Article 1, Section 4 of the Code. The bill removes the current requirement that there be 7 or more royalty owners of an oil, natural gas, mineral property to bypass non-consenting co-tenants. It's important to note that all other requirements remain in place. These requirements specifically include, and I want to bring to everybody's attention, that all co-tenants consenting to any development own at least 75% of the royalty rights, that reasonable efforts have been made to negotiate with all the royalty owners, and that non-consenting co-tenants receive compensation. Other changes in the bill are just technical corrections. Happy to answer any questions. I urge passage of the bill.
The question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk to prepare. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close machine ascertain the results on this question. 29 yeas, 5 nays, 0 absent not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has the title amendment.
Senator Smith moved to amend the title of the bill.
The question is on adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The clerk will communicate the actions of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 651, allowing County Board of Education participating in operation of multi-county vocational center to withdraw. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on passage of the bill. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 651 simply allows county boards to participate in a multi-county vocational center to offer duplicate programs. I'm happy to answer questions. I urge passage.
Question is on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Harrison.
Mr. President, I would ask the sponsor of the bill to yield. Thank you, Senator. Senator, I've got concerns about this bill, and I was just curious, do you know how many multi-county vocational centers there are in West Virginia?
I do not, sir.
Yeah, that concern, do you know what the average drive is for a participant in the multi-county vocational schools?
No, but I wasn't concerned about the average drive. Some of the concerns I had were about those counties that have a long drive to those multi-county vocational centers.
Yeah, the shortest drive is 2 minutes, the longest drive is 1 hour. And while that is a long time, a lot of our regular students drive that every day. And these are, you realize these are specialized educational opportunities to give skills to our students who want to go on to some type of skilled labor force, right?
I do recognize that those are the skills that we're looking for, Senator. And also, I want to point out, you made a good point there, is that this will provide more opportunities for more students to do that very thing. Because what it's going to do is it's going to allow individual high schools to open up their own programs if they see a need. It doesn't mean that they have to withdraw from a multi-county vocational center. It doesn't tell them to withdraw from a vocational center. It just says, if you see a need at your high school and you can fund it, that's the important part, is if you can fund it, then you're going to have the opportunity to do so. And the way I see it is that it provides some opportunities for students who may not have those opportunities. If we think of a situation where we have an overflow of students who want to take a specific course and that multi-county vocational center does not have any seats available, a county high school could open their own program to make sure that they are seeing what the needs of all their students are, and they're meeting all the needs, and they're providing that opportunity for all students.
And we discussed this in education, and I just want to point out and see if you agree that the bill allows wide open competition between individual counties and multi-county vocational centers. Those centers were originally set up by this legislature because they were financially and economically the most efficient use of our scarce educational resources. Now, if a county chooses to compete, they're going to draw students out of that vocational center because it's wide open. Why didn't we, if those were your concerns, why didn't we fashion a bill that, you know, if there was a program not offered or if a program was full, then the county could open up a competing vocational program in its own school and depart from the multi-county. This one just makes it wide open. There's no restriction on this one, right? Any county can duplicate any program regardless of whether it's in the multi-county center or not, correct?
Correct, but we have to consider the funding. There are very few high schools that are going to be able to fund a program. If we're thinking about welding, for instance, and you think about all the materials that are needed and a teacher for that program, if they have that program already available at their multi-county vocational center, it wouldn't be feasible for them to say, hey, let's go ahead and open up our own and put a lot of money into this when we already have that available for our students. It's providing additional opportunities.
Yeah, just a question of whether they're going to make a good and prudent decision, but thank you, Senator.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Permission to speak to the bill, Mr. President.
To the bill.
Mr. President, I don't think we've thought this bill through very well. As I said, I think if we're concerned about opportunities that are not provided, you know, programs that are full, these multi-county vocational centers were created to be fiscally responsible with our vocational training. I mean, there's 7 of them throughout the state. If the programs are full in that vocational center, that's when an individual county should be permitted to start its own program. If there's a program not offered in the multi-county vocational center, then that's when the county should be permitted that opportunity. What we're going to do, it's like anything else. What we're going to do is create competition for students. And the money follows the student. And when we take students out of the multi-county vocational centers, we are degrading excuse me, their ability to provide much needed education, vocational education that creates an educated workforce for the jobs that we have out there. Long ago, it was decided that competition between the multi-county centers and the individual counties was bad. That's why the statute's written the way it is. It's going to reduce the quality of our programs. It's going to waste our scarce educational resources. You know, we've lost 70,000 people in the last 10 years. In my county, we've lost another 2,000 students. Why would we want to create additional programs that create competition with our multi-county vocational centers? Why spread the resources amongst the same number of students but have a lot less impact? you know, that if there's a problem, we should pass a bill that addresses that problem. But to make it wide open, to allow this to degrade the multi-county vocational centers is a bad idea. We have one in Harrison County. It serves several counties and surrounding counties. It's done a great job for decades. They're able to provide aerospace training for some of our future aerospace workers, and I just think this is a bad idea. Mr. President, I urge a no vote.
Is there further discussion? Before I recognize the Senator from Jefferson to close debate. Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to just clarify a few things, if I may be allowed. The reason for why the language in this bill was struck out that allowed counties who participate in the operation of a multi-county vocational center be permitted to withdraw or not be permitted to withdraw. The reason we had to strike that language out is because we heard from the State Board of Education that this would allow these counties to renegotiate or consider, you know, their approval of the program. Their participation, these counties, those contracts have been there since 1968. There's a possibility that in all those years, things might have changed a little bit. And when it comes to the travel time, which some folks seem to dismiss, those students that are traveling an hour to and from the vocational centers, if you add the number of days in school, that's 360 hours that those students are in a bus. That equates to 62 days of school. 62 days of the instructional time. They're supposed to be in a classroom in front of a teacher, and they're in a bus. So I will tell you that, you know, I know we are all concerned about how our kids are doing, and we're concerned about their academics. This is a very serious consideration. And all this allows, as the senator from Mason pointed out, is an option for those counties. The money, in terms of the funding, doesn't necessarily go to a county who wants to offer a local vocational program. The only way that they could be funded is if they offer a program that is equal to or better than what is existing in the multi-county vocational center, and that is federal. That is federal. That language is federal. So just want to point out, you know, if a county has the means and the ability and the number of students to offer a vocational program, this is about what's best for the kids. And I would hope that this body would always consider what is best for the kids when it comes to education. I urge passage.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare them. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk closed the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 30 yeas, 4 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective. I'll declare the bill passed, and the clerk will communicate the action to the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 660, setting forth standard of care requirements for telehealth practice.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question now is consent that the bill over 1 day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Engrossed Senate Bill 685 relating to West Virginia Real Estate License Act. Third reading of the bill.
Question is on pass the bill. Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 685 updates and revises the West Virginia Real Estate Act. Among the various revisions, the bill clarifies that a West Virginia license is required to practice real estate brokerage in the state, revises several definitions, including one allowing a salesperson to designate a corporate entity to receive compensation, and requires monies received by the Real Estate Commission to be deposited daily instead of once a month. It also eliminates a provision requiring an applicant to submit 2 personal recommendations vouching for the applicant's good reputation and competence, as well as a provision mandating the posting of a $2,000 bond for out-of-state practitioners. Further, the bill clarifies that criminal penalties are in addition to other sanctions the board may impose and repeals an obsolete grandfather provision. The bill was requested by the Real Estate Commission. I'll take questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Question is on pass the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Summers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 43, I would like a ruling. I hold a valid real estate license.
You're a member of class. You'll be required to vote.
Thank you.
Further Rule 43s, Senator from Greenbrier.
Same for my wife, who's in real estate.
Member of a class required to vote. Further Rule 43s. Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk should prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 463, Best Interest of Child Protection Act of 2022, second reading of the bill.
Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question is consent that the bill move to third with right to amend.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 622, establishing requirements for carbon dioxide sequestration, second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. Bills on first reading. Senior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our request is consent that all bills on first reading be considered read a first time and advanced to second reading.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Bills will be advanced. Introduction of guest. Remarks by members. Senator from Brooke.
Mr. President, I wanted to be remiss if we didn't recognize that last night one of our own was given what I believe to be a major award in recognition of his skills and talents in his profession. And that was the senior senator from the 17th, our majority leader, last night received an award at the West Virginia Executive Healthcare Hall of Fame. And this is an award that recognizes those in the healthcare industry who go above and beyond and have made a significant contribution to our state's healthcare industry. I think that it's no secret, anyone that's been in here knows the hours that the senior senator from the 17th puts into his profession, coming in after being at the hospital for several hours just to get here just in time for the floor, being at the hospital late at night after we've been here all day, and then looking through charts and making notes. And so I think we all know his dedication to the profession, his dedication to his patients, and I think that also spills over into the legislation that he fights for and that he supports here. And so I wanted to recognize the senior from the 17th for his achievement last night. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Randolph.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, the other day, somebody was telling me out in the rotunda that Joe Biden is the first president in history that can play hide and seek by himself, and that he usually wins. It's interesting what you hear around this building. And another story that I heard was that West Virginia is not allowed to cut income taxes because Joe Biden said so. Now, it's true that the American Rescue Plan had a provision in it that restricted our ability to cut taxes, but it's also true that that provision is blatantly unconstitutional. And not just because I say so, but virtually every judge that has been asked this question and ruled on the merits has said so. And the state of West Virginia is actually currently covered by just such a ruling by a federal judge out of Alabama named Scott Kugler, I believe is his name, and he ruled and issued a permanent injunction that the federal government is not allowed to use that provision against the state of West Virginia or any of the other 12 states that are part of that particular suit. So we can kind of dispense with the idea that we're not allowed to cut taxes. But what is a very real story, Mr. President, the people of West Virginia, some of the people in particular in West Virginia, have been just devastated by this 2-year pandemic. And now they're being literally decimated, their buying power at least is being decimated by Biden's inflation that he's caused over the last year. They simply don't have as much money to spend to buy the things that they need in life, whether it's bread and milk or gasoline to get to work, because of this current economy. And it would be a real shame, Mr. President, if we're going to allow real tax relief to die because people want to let it die. What would be a real shame, Mr. President, is for people who do not want to give that tax relief to the state of West Virginia, to the people of West Virginia that are out there working. Are we going to let that person or those people hide behind a guy who spends his days hiding behind the curtains in the Oval Office? I don't think we should. We need to get House Bill 4007 out of the Finance Committee, onto this floor, onto the governor's desk. Let's give the tax relief to the people of the state of West Virginia that need it, and let's do that as quickly as we possibly can, Mr. President.
Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I've sat here quietly and listened to those ramblings from our friend from Randolph for several days now. And, you know, I was okay with it until we want to start making unfounded attacks, and I have to address those. You know, inflation is a complicated issue. And in this case, we have a pandemic that has affected the entire world that, you know, my friend from Randolph doesn't even fully believe in. Lack of masks and a lack of vaccinations by our population have helped propagate that and expand that pandemic to the point where it's, you know, really damaged our country. And the failure to have vaccines to the rest of the world, which, you know, my friend from Kanawha has espoused the need for many times, has helped break down the supply chains that have been built up over 100 years. And the inflation issues that are hitting our country, and our citizens need to know this, is really out of control of the leaders of this world until we can get those supply chains reestablished. And that's not going to happen until we end this pandemic. And that's not going to happen until we get people vaccinated and people wear masks instead of mess-covered face shields that allow us to infect each other. Now, thank goodness it's gone down in this country. Thank goodness we can now stand next to each other because 90% of us are vaccinated without the fear of rekindling this vaccination. But don't blame it where no blame is, and don't use it to justify a bill that you want to promote. I mean, come on, let's speak the truth. Maybe there's some real, you know, merit behind getting rid of income taxes. I don't know. I don't agree with it. I don't know how we'll pay our bills if we do that, but maybe there's merit. But let's stick to the facts. Let's not create fantasy and try to stir up political dislikes and likes in a way to try to promote our agendas. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further remarks. Senator from Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to piggyback on the comments made from the senator from Brooke when we were congratulating our esteemed colleague, Senator Takubo, on his induction into the Healthcare Hall of Fame. But we also have our Sergeant at Arms, Dave Lavender, back here, whose son, Chad Lavender, who happens to be my orthopedic surgeon, was also inducted into the Hall of Fame last night. I wanted to give him a public congratulations as well.
Further remarks. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just going to ask unanimous consent that the remarks from the Senator from Brooke and my junior Senator from the 4th be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Junior Senator from the 8th.
Yes, to begin with, I ask unanimous consent that the comments made by the Senator from Harrison be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Yes, Mr. President, and if you in this chamber will indulge me, a person very special to me and my family and her family, of course, has passed away. Her name was Leona Moss. Her and her family was as close to my family as you can be without being blood relatives. And I would just like to read her obituary and say a couple things. Leona Moss, 91, of St. Albans, went to be with the Lord February 20th, 2022. She was born on August 2nd, 1930 in Jenkins, Kentucky, daughter of Willie and Julia Powell White, whom preceded her in death. Leona was a 1947 graduate of Central High School in Appalachia. She was a member and mother of Pilgrim House Missionary Baptist Church. She was active in women's ministries and on the usher board. Leona was a founding member of the Ladies Club Socialites. She was the former owner and operator with her husband of Jean's Motel in Jefferson. Leona was a loving mom to her children, and also very vital to helping raise other children in her community, of which myself and my siblings were of. She was well known for her cooking and helping out others. She will be greatly missed by all who knew her. She is survived by her loving husband of 73 years, Eugene Moss, and their 4 sons, Eugene Moss, William Moss, Jeffrey Moss, and Kevin Moss, and all of her grandchildren, Armand Moss, Quentin Moss, Jania Moss, William Moss, Christopher Moss, Jasmine Moss, who I held as a baby, Courtney Good, Haley Cherba, great-grandchildren Kaya, Sadia Moss, Joshua Moss, Sophia Moss, Prince Moss, Drake Moss, Julia Warwell, Trip Cherba, Cole Cherba, Cade Cherba, and Chase Good and Lauren Good. I've known her, actually, I guess she was 45 years old, my age right now, when she first met me as a child. And the 3 things I want to say about her, the 3 things about her that I think need to be expressed outside of the obituary I just read, is that she was deeply religious, she was committed to family, and she liked to have fun. You know, as a child, she would, well, let me say this. My grandmother, who maybe harbored a prejudice or two, their relationship thawed over time over liking of the same cigarettes and the same soap operas. And my grandfather and her, well, they loved the idea of playing cards all night and an occasional scotch with milk, which I've never tried and I don't know if I ever will. But all I remember as a child, she would drag me and my siblings to Christmas parades with her best friend Mary and her grandchildren all over the place. And that's why I like going to Christmas parades today. And I just wanted to say those few words about her. She's a very important person and a great person to be remembered and thought of. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Marion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask unanimous consent that the remarks, the very eloquent remarks from the junior senator from the 8th be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Senator from Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unanimous consent that the remarks by the senator from Randolph be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Miscellaneous business. Senior senator from the 17th. Really? Senator from Greenbrier?
Yes, sir, Mr. President, really. I wouldn't have stood if you wouldn't have made a certain decision earlier today, but I just want to plant a seed with the body. Today the Senate took up HJR 102, which puts the legislature in control of policy and rulemaking and education in West Virginia. We're going to have to act on this in the next couple days as a result of that decision. Everywhere I go in West Virginia, people believe that we here in Charleston are way too involved in classrooms anyway. It perplexes me why year after year here in the legislature we want to be more involved in classrooms. What I hear from people all the time is, why don't we let teachers teach? Let's let teachers teach. Let's let local control rule. This resolution goes against that, so we're going to have to make a decision in the coming days about it. The resolution concerns me for 2 reasons, and I want to plant a seed with my colleagues just to think about this in the coming days. I know we have differences of opinion on policy. I respect that. For me, it's bad policy to inject partisan politics into educational policy making. It's bad policy to me. I mean, we as a body have the opportunity to confirm the governor's appointments to the State Board of Education. I happen to think the governor has done a good job and made good appointments to the West Virginia Board of Education. Those are folks who are in the world of education and who have done their best to bring that experience to bear. We've confirmed them, and they've done their work. The other part of this is the process. This resolution is not going to go to committee. I understand that. I'm a little bit concerned by that, though, because it means we don't have an opportunity to debate it. We don't have an opportunity to call witnesses. We don't have an opportunity to vet this before potentially putting it on the ballot for folks. We've got a choice to make in the end. We'll wrap up here, Mr. President. We've got a choice to make. Are we going to ask the voters to let the legislature be in charge of educational policy, or are we going to keep it where it is now on the local level and with educational experts on the board? Thank you, Mr. President.
Further remarks by members. Senior Senator from the 17th for miscellaneous business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subject to announcements, I move the Senate stand adjourned until tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Are there announcements? Senator from Preston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development will meet today in room 208 West at 2 hours and 15 minutes post-meridian.
Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Finance will meet today at 3:15 in room 451M.
Further announcements. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on the Judiciary will also meet today at 3:15 p.m. in the Judiciary Committee Room 208 West Wing.
Are there further announcements? Senator from Mercer.
Mr. President, your Committee on Economic Development will meet today at 1:15 p.m., 451 m.
Further announcements. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Pension Committee shall not meet today.
Further announcements. Question before the Senate stand adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The Senate will be adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Hello, everyone. It's Wednesday, February the 23rd. Time just keeps moving, and it seems to go faster and faster, to tell you the truth, especially the older you get. But we've lost 67 more people since Monday. You'll see as I go forward that we're absolutely starting to look like we're getting, I wouldn't necessarily say we're getting past this, but we're really making improvement. But 67 folks, and Dr. Marsh has clearly said that the number of deaths will trail the progress that we're doing good, and they will still escalate a little bit, but we are making some progress, and, you know, maybe the skies are looking a little better. But for those 68, please, please, please keep them in your prayers. I've said it a million times. Don't let them just become a number. Please don't. But the 6,184th death in West Virginia is an 82-year-old female from Brooke County. The 6,185th death, a 70-year-old male from Hardy County. The 6,186th death, a 68-year-old male from Wood County. The 6,187th death, an 84-year-old female from Cabell County. The 6,188th death, an 87-year-old female from Wood County. The 6,189th death, a 59-year-old male from Jefferson County. The 6,190th death, a 55-year-old female from Greenbrier County. The 6,191st death, a 62-year-old female from Lewis County. The 6,192nd death, a 70-year-old male from Fayette County. The 6,193rd death, a 60-year-old male from Nicholas County. The 6,194th death, a 45-year-old male from Wood County. The 6,195th death, a 77-year-old male from Grant County. The 6,196th death, a 56-year-old male from Barber County. The 6,197th death, a 92-year-old male from Morgan County. The 6,198th death, a 64-year-old male from Kanawha County. The 6,199th death, a 59-year-old female from Boone County. The 6,200th death in West Virginia is a 69-year-old male from Roane County. The 6,201st death is an 88-year-old male from Berkeley County. The 6,202nd death is a 67-year-old female from Monroe County. The 6,203rd death is a 92-year-old male from Marion County. The 6,204th death is a 76-year-old male from Pocahontas County. The 6,205th death is an 88-year-old male from Randolph County. The 6,206th death is an 86-year-old male from Upshur County. The 6,207th death is a 97-year-old female from Ritchie County. The 6,208th death is a 73-year-old male from Randolph County. The 6,209th death is a 76-year-old male from Cabell County. The 6,210th death is a 74-year-old female from Wayne County. The 6,211th death is a 73-year-old male from Boone County. The 6,212th death is an 82-year-old male from Monroe County. The 6,213th death is an 89-year-old male from Cabell County. The 6,214th death is an 86-year-old female from Mingo County. The 6,215th death is an 85-year-old male from Ohio County. The 6,216th death is an 83-year-old male from Fayette County. The 6,217th death is a 77-year-old female from Ohio County. This one's bad. The 6,218th death is a 30-year-old female from Wayne County. The 6,219th death is a 95-year-old female from Raleigh County. The 6,220th death is a 90-year-old male from Boone County. The 6,221st death is a 66-year-old female from Morgan County. The 6,222nd death is a 67-year-old male from Logan County. And hear this, please. The 6,223rd death is a 23-year-old female from Jackson County. 6,224th death is an 81-year-old male from Wyoming County. 6,225th death is a 56-year-old female from Raleigh County. 6,226th death is a 90-year-old male from Jackson County. 6,227th death, an 86-year-old female from Wyoming County. 6,228th death. And you know, I just hate it. Great goodness alive. 34-year-old male from Raleigh County. I think just about my kids and how tragic that this would be with one of my children. But these are people's kids. And it's horrible. All these people that we've lost and you know, we've lost so much wisdom and grandmas and granddads and you know, uncles and aunts and just on and on. But when we lose kids, it just rips my gut out, to tell you the truth. The 6,229th death is an 81-year-old female from Kanawha County. The 6,230th death is a 79-year-old male from Cabell County. The 6,231st death is a 70-year-old male from Wetzel County. The 6,232nd death is a 94-year-old female from Clay County. The 6,233rd death is a 65-year-old male from Mercer County. The 6,234th death, a 90-year-old female from Jefferson County. The 6,235th death, a 93-year-old female from Wyoming County. The 6,232nd death, the 6,236th death is an 81-year-old male from Harrison County. The 6,237th death is a 90-year-old male from Jackson County. The 6,238th death is a 77-year-old male from Berkeley County. The 6,239th death is a 59-year-old female from Barber County. The 6,240th death is a 92-year-old male from Kanawha County. The 6,241st death is an 86-year-old female from Greenbrier County. The 6,242nd death is an 84-year-old female from Raleigh County. The 6,243rd death, an 89-year-old female from Mercer County. The 6,244th death is a 65-year-old female from Tyler County. The 6,245th death is a 72-year-old female from Logan County. The 6,246th death is an 81-year-old male from Randolph County. The 6,247th death is a 70-year-old male from Raleigh County. The 6,248th death is an 83-year-old female from Ohio County. The 6,249th death is a 69-year-old male from Harrison County. The 6,250th death in West Virginia is an 84-year-old female from Raleigh County. As far as our numbers, our active cases are down to 3,574. From right at 30,000, that's a big time drop. We have 708 new positive cases today with a daily positivity rate, the lowest I've seen in a long time, 6.84. You know, from the standpoint of our cumulative positive rate, it's at 8.39. We've recovered cases, like I said, of a little over 475,000. It's 476,382 in West Virginia, people that have recovered from this terrible pandemic. We have now under 600 people that are hospitalized. 596 people are hospitalized, 135 in the ICU units, and 78 on ventilators. You can see from our county map that we now have 27, right at half of the number of counties in the state of West Virginia, you know, that are green. And no counties that are red. So it sure looks better. We got 348 Guard members that are deployed to our hospitals, and that's at 38 facilities. We can never, ever thank them enough. All the stuff about, you know, the Biden administration's 4 free at-home COVID tests, you got to take advantage of that. If you choose to do so, go to our covidtest.gov, and it'll direct you how to get those. And the free N95 mask at pharmacies, 3 per person, you know, and or the health community centers and everything. You can go get those now. From the standpoint of our antibodies, I've told you over and over that discontinued a couple. We still got a couple that we can use, and we still continue to be a little short on supply. But if you are 65 and older and you have any symptoms and you'll go get tested, and by chance you were tested positive, we'd surely like to get you some kind of immediate reaction and immediate relief if we can. All the booster stuff, I've reminded you 1,000 million times that really the boosters, if you're vaccinated and you don't have your booster shots, you may be completely out of any level of immunities that you have because you're out past 6 months. You've got to get your booster shot. It is absolutely imperative. You've got to get your booster shot. We crossed another milestone as far as the folks that we've been able to get the shots to. We now, the people that are 65 and older, we now have 90% of those folks that have been vaccinated with at least 1 shot. We have 82.7 of the people that are 50 and above, and that's good stuff. So we're continuing to move the needle little by little. I wish we would absolutely be able to move it faster, but by being in front of you, by being out on the road, whatever it may be, and trying, we've made a difference, and we've saved a bunch of lives. I ask any and everybody to continue to try to help me, and I thank you for all you've all done each and every day. From the standpoint of our COVID vaccine info line, it's all up on our website. All the free testing information is all up there. We continue to thank Fruth and Walgreen for all that they've done, and they've done great stuff, and we really appreciate them. 149 outbreaks in our long-term care facilities, none in our church communities. We're down to 177 inmates and 54 staff cases. We applaud absolutely great work by corrections and taking care of these folks, and we still just got to continue to be on our toes. On the rental assistance program, there's still dollars there. We're working with our people to make it more, be able to get through it in a more smooth way. Absolutely, if you're a landlord or you're a renter, and you could, you would just call us. We'll walk you through the whole system, see if we can get you qualified. If we can, without any question, we'll be sending you some extra money, and that's good for West Virginia and surely good for the folks out there that are really hurting. I remind you about giving blood. Can't be more important. I remind you about taking advantage of this Jobs Jumpstart program that we have. if you're sitting and you're willing and able to be back in the workforce and everything, we would absolutely just lower our percentage of unemployment, which is great. You'll have a feeling of accomplishment that is better and everything, and I hope that you'll get back, and in doing so, we'll send you an incentive payment of $1,500 extra if we can get you in a job, and absolutely you're at that job for 8 weeks or greater, and maybe we'll lower those unemployment numbers even better, and maybe, just maybe, we'll have employees that'll be, that our businesses need so badly, and I'm sure it'll be great for those employees or potential employees as well. Couple announcements we did yesterday, which were just wonderful. We went to Blackwater Falls State Park, and we basically cut a ribbon that they had completed, renovations there, and I think the total dollars, that on just the lodge alone, the total renovations of $6.85 million and $5.2 to just the lodge. What does it do? What does it do? It's proud of your own pond. Absolutely, the bookings are off the chart. We will return these monies to our state instantaneously almost by people flooding and coming into this great state, because we have great facilities, we have beauty beyond belief, we have the very best people. We're within a rock's throw of all these people that are out there. We want them coming to West Virginia. Secretary Ruby and Secretary Gaunch, what a job they've done. I mean, if you just step back and think about it. Before I walked in this door, we went down, 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 down in lots of categories, but primarily down in one, which was tourism and the spend of our visitors coming to the state. Now, how do you reverse that trend? Well, we did it. We did it. And now it is off the chart what's going on in tourism. We all know it. We all know it. What did we do? We put our money where our mouth is. We believed in ourselves, and we let the world just see how good we really are. And lo and behold, just like this story in the chapter of Blackwater Falls State Park, this story is just one of many. It's a great story about goodness coming to West Virginia, and it could never happen if we all didn't pull the rope together. So special congratulations to Secretary Ruby, and absolutely the DNR, without any question. Steve McDaniels is still with us in a capacity of a consultant, but what a job he had done. Absolutely, it is just great, great, great work by lots of people. So to Brett, to Steve, to Chelsea, to Ed, to all those that are out there making these licks and making this become a reality. We spent $150 million, I think, on our parks now. Every single park in the state of West Virginia has gotten either a completed renovation or some level of something that is going on now, right now. Every park in this state has something that is either completed or going on now where we have spent money on every single park, making it better. It's good stuff. It's really, really good stuff. But congratulations again to all those that put in the licks and really helped make this happen. Then we left there. We drove a pretty good little ways, and lo and behold, what did we do? We announced, and get this, we announced $147,839,550 absolutely, award that we announced the successful bidder, on the Quarter H Cheat River Bridge project. Imagine this, 3,300 feet in the span. I think it's even bigger than the New River Gorge Bridge. From where we were standing, 146 feet up was where the bridge would be. Now, I'm being told that maybe the length is not quite as long as the New River Gorge Bridge, but it is going to be a phenomenal structure. But let me just stay with this just 1 second. First of all, Senator Capito was there, and we thank her. And we thank Senator Manchin as well. Absolutely, without any question, a man that had to make a vote that was pressure-packed beyond belief in the infrastructure vote was Congressman McKinley. Now, you know, I've endorsed Congressman McKinley, but nevertheless, I want to just say just this. It brings real dollars to West Virginia. Senator Capito voted for it. Senator Manchin voted for it. I would have voted for it. You know, politics, you know, and I truly know without any doubt, my real buddy, President Trump, you know, President Trump maybe wasn't on board with this, you know, but my real buddy and you know, he and myself, we can differ in opinions from time to time. But without any question, would this be good for West Virginia? There's no question it would. David McKinley had to make a vote. He got a lot of pressure, a lot of pressure. He absolutely decided to stay right rock solid with West Virginia. And I think that is absolutely good stuff. So did Shelley, so did Joe, and so would I. Because at the end of the day, none of us like all the garbage and the bells and whistles that may come with this, but for West Virginia, for this state, we couldn't afford to miss on this. And absolutely, I commend them in every way. The other thing I say, and I say over and over and over, and I've said it since I walked in the door, have I not? Quarter H is the most important project in the state of West Virginia. You know how long we've been at this on Quarter H? 50 years. 50. Now, in all honesty, I don't know if we can pull this off and we can get this done, but we're going to try. We got 23 miles left to go. 23 miles is all we've got left to go. And I have surely poured my heart and soul and effort and everything into Quarter H and trying to get as much done as I possibly can before I go out the door. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to continue to try with all in me, because I want us to try to accomplish having it done. Now, having it done may be that the bids are out, we're in the design project, and we're way down the trail. I don't know if that is physically possible to pull it off, but I'm going to try. And I've already tried, because it is just that important to us. Now, on the other hand, what do I think is the next biggest project or most important project in highways? And I think it's the Coalfield Expressway, the King Coal Highway. I think really and truly we've got to, in order for us to bring the goodness that's going on in a lot of different areas of our state into the state of West Virginia, I believe absolutely southern West Virginia needs connected with the world again. That would do it. Now, we've made real progress there. Absolutely. When I was running for office the first go-round, I stood at a place and it was growing up in weeds, and a lot of the initial road work was done and everything else, and people standing around and everything, and I just couldn't believe it. Because really and truly what they said is, we've been at this for 28 years. And there it's set. The road, the road cuts, the initial work was done, and there it's set. 28 years we've been at this. What is wrong with us in this state? 50 years we were at Quarter H. That doesn't work in my vocabulary. And so with that, and I hate to say it this way, but this is exactly what I did. I stood right at the podium and said, I'll build the damn road. And I did. Now, we connected 10 miles of the Coalfield Expressway from where it stopped right outside of Crab Orchard all the way to Mullins. We got a long way to go, and we got a lot to do, but there's lots and lots and lots that's going on there. And we got highways and lots of stuff all over the place that we're doing and everywhere. You know, we got a gigantic bridge right out here in St. Albans that's needed so badly to stop this terrible traffic, you know, congestion and all on the interstate. But there's so many things that we're already doing. But just remember, from Jim's standpoint, the number one most important project is Corridor H. From Jim's standpoint, then you got to connect the southern part of the state to the world, don't you? Or to us. Now, without any question, that's what I think. So anyway, I really do thank Shelley, a great senator, Capito. I thank Senator Manchin. I absolutely thank a monstrously courageous vote in David McKinley. And I thank all those, you know, our highway departments, Jimmy Riston was there, and all the different people that are putting in the licks, and the great contractors that are giving us bids that we can live with. So, great work. I couldn't be more happy, to tell you the truth. Absolutely, every time I go on the road, and that's what, you know, that's what I want to do. I want to be with the people. I want to get something done. I mean, I just don't want to sit around and talk about it. I want to get something done. And so yesterday, good day. Just got through doing something else that was really neat. You know, President Mark Manchin of Glenville State College, which yesterday our legislature expedited in every way to change Glenville State College to Glenville State University. You know, the bill reads, Glenville State College, having met the eligibility requirements established by the Commission to attain university status, is hereby designated as a university on the effective date of the amendment of this section. Today, Glenville State College, 150 years old, became a university. Now, a lot of great folks put in all the licks to make that happen. All I did was really trail behind. And I am proud to absolutely be the governor that was able to help in any way and trail behind in support of a school that is a dino. That's all there is to it. I spoke about Ike Morris and Mike Ross and how dedicated that they've been and what supporters they've been and what an incredible community that they have up there. Absolutely, when the selection process came down and Mark Manchin threw his hat in the ring, they made a whale of a selection when they picked him. They got a nursing school now on the way. Lots of great stuff happening at Glenville. And in addition to that, if you want to add the cherry right on the top, they've got the #1 ranked basketball team in the entire nation. And that's the women's basketball team. 25-0 now. The #1 ranked team in the nation. Doesn't it sound good? Doesn't it sound good? So congratulations, Glenville. I love it, to tell you the truth. Keep up the great work. Last thing I've got is I am declaring a state of preparedness, you know, in 41 counties and everything. There is a flooding threat, that's for sure, and we got to watch. You know, there's going to be more rain coming in tomorrow and Friday, and so we just got to keep our guard up and watch and everything. But nevertheless, the last thing I've got is, hey, Julie, how you doing? Hey, listen here, it just so happens that these beautiful ladies that are signing for us and doing this great work, one of them's birthday's today. So if we could absolutely wish beautiful Julie a happy birthday from me and all of us and everything. You know, great work they do every day, and thank you so much. And Jennifer, you give her a big hug for all of us. Thank you so much. Yeah, there you go. Thank you again. All right. Happy birthday.
All right. Thank you, Governor. We'll now go to Dr. Clay Marsh, our coronavirus czar. Well, first of all, happy birthday. That's awesome. Following up with what the governor said, I think that today I'm going to focus on what is going well and better for our state. And as the governor said, we are seeing a very clear descending trend in the number of COVID cases and the number of hospitalizations. We do anticipate that the deaths will lag, and we may even see an increase in the deaths. But for this surge, at least immediately, it does look like we're on the downhill side, and that is indeed good news. And as we look around the country, what we find is just more and more evidence that really does just reduplicate what we've talked about. There's a big study that has been done with the Moderna vaccine, and the finding is that people that received 3 doses of Moderna were 99.2% protected against hospitalization. So full vaccination with the boost makes a huge, huge difference. And because we are now in a more waiting pattern to see what will happen next, to see which fork in the road the COVID virus takes, whether or not the Omicron variant will be the most infectious variant that we see, or whether COVID will take a different turn and become a more a different form of the virus because of the genetic mutations as it replicates, and we'll have to deal with another form of COVID-19. We will be very much, very vigilant and making sure that we are prepared for whichever way it turns. But at the same time, it's important for anybody who has been infected with COVID recently that we know that the long COVID effects can start as much as a month after your diagnosis. So certainly if you develop problems with your thinking or with your concentration ability or headaches or shortness of breath or have any other problem, then start to think or at least consider the possibility that this could be some of the effects of long COVID. And similarly, for parents who've had children who've been infected with the virus, pay attention to any new symptoms that may be present, because this multi-system inflammatory syndrome, this inflammation situation in children, can also start weeks after the diagnosis of COVID-19. I'm not saying that to scare anybody or to be alarmist, but just that's worthy of consideration as we're starting to look at the next steps in the pandemic. And as the governor said, we're so proud of all of our citizens, of our National Guard, of our leadership groups, and the heroes that have really answered the bell every single day during this pandemic. So thank you, healthcare workers, first responders, so many people that we need to thank. But it is also important that we not let our guard down too quickly and still make sure that we protect ourselves as we're older, because these are the people that are the most vulnerable still to the most significant and severe consequences of COVID-19. And as I said before, getting 3 shots, getting your 2 shots and your booster shot as you're eligible is 99.2% effective in reducing any risk of hospitalization. So that's something that we hope more and more people take advantage of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Anamjad and Secretary Bill Crouch are also joining us today and are available for questions. Retired Major General Jim Hoyer had a prior engagement and will rejoin us later this week. We'll now go to questions from members of the media. The first today from Charles Young with West Virginia News.
Hi, this is Charles Young with West Virginia News. Governor, I wanted to ask a non-COVID related question. I wanted to ask if you could provide us any updates about Virgin Hyperloop and the planned certification center. It was recently reported that the company had laid off about half their workforce and were changing the scope of their mission from human transit to cargo transit. I was wondering if there's any info that the state had heard about Virgin Hyperloop and their plans. Thank you.
Charles, I get updates, like I'm sure that you've seen and everything, but I get updates from time to time and everything. I think probably realistically what I need to do to get you a better answer is to get with WVU, and I'll do that immediately and everything, and get a more detailed answer and everything, if you'd be sure and remind me or ask me about it again on Friday, I'll have more information and be able to give you a better answer. Right now, you know, I was right in the area yesterday and everything, and looked at one of the facilities that, you know, that has been proposed to build additional lodging and everything for employees in that area, and I inspected the building and looked at that yesterday, and but I got a lot of information, but I don't have enough to give you a really great answer.
All right, thank you, Charles. Next to Paul Mullen with WCBC.
Happy birthday, Julie, and Charles, thanks for stealing my question. Let me change gears a little bit and go on the COVID track. And there's been some report that we're going to be having an annual COVID vaccine. Dr. Marsh, is that in the pipeline for how we live with COVID on the way forward? Thank you.
Doc, please, Dr. Marsh.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Paul. Absolutely. As we start to envision a time in which we continue to live in better harmony with the COVID-19 virus, then we absolutely know that the vaccines that we have and the behaviors that we are undergoing will not be a sterilizing effect, almost certainly. And when we say sterilizing, we mean to make the virus go away. This virus is probably going to be with us for the very long future, beyond our lifetimes almost certainly. And as part of that, then, we will likely need to continue to create the right immune function to protect us from any more severe consequences of the virus over some time. And if it follows true to form with other coronaviruses, which there are a number, then over a very long period of time, it will probably evolve so that we may not need the vaccines, you know, over a very long time. But for the immediate future, presuming that the virus doesn't change again, which we can't assume safely because it's changed every time we haven't expected it. Then came Delta, then came Omicron. So we have to be prepared for it to transition to another form that we'll have more problems with. But over time, we will use vaccines most likely to stay in harmony with the virus. And then maybe in a very, very long time frame, perhaps the virus and we will evolve so we don't even need the vaccine anymore. That's at least the projection that I would have.
All right, thank you, Paul. Next, we'll go to Kenny Bass with WCHS and Fox 11.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I'm sorry I got on the call late, so if I'm asking something that's already been asked, forgive me. I did catch the tail end of what the governor said about Virgin, but I had some details about that, and I wanted to maybe just get a quick reaction from him before he talks to WVU, just about what was reported in the New York Post. Virgin has confirmed that they've laid off about half its staff, and it's abandoned its plans, at least for now, to develop a passenger transit system. They say what's gone on with the cargo problems in the country and the supply chain problems in the world, that they see an opening that way they could shift toward cargo shipping only, and would mark a significant change for Virgin Hyperloop. Again, this is off the New York Post and confirmed by the company. So, Governor, if that is indeed true and they're staying in business, yes, they did have layoffs, but they're shifting, and they believe it's a quicker way for them to develop the technology, and also easier, to be frank, because if you're not carrying even passengers, it's easier to get regulatory approval. If this is indeed true, and the company, as the newspaper is reporting, has confirmed it, it doesn't abandon the project. It just changes directions. As a businessman, just as a surface reaction, what would you think about a decision like that if they're taking advantage of what they see as a possible weakness or a possible opening to get into business more quickly?
Well, Kenny, I was going to do this a second ago, but I appreciate the question and everything. But let me just say this, from a businessman's standpoint, or from your governor's standpoint, we're going to have ebb and flow all the time. You know, we worked really, really hard to get the Hyperloop to consider West Virginia. And we won that battle, did we not? And absolutely, they announced that they're coming and they're doing all kinds of, and they spent a bunch of money here and everything. Now, with all of that, things are going to change. They're going to go up and down. So, we're going to attract somebody that says they're going to employ 150 people, and before you spin around 5 times, they've got 500 people. And it goes back to Mitsubishi and lots of different. I mean, there's example after example after example of this. But from a business man's standpoint, I hate to say it this way, but dupe happens. That's all there is to it. It just does. And from their standpoint of pivoting from passenger to cargo, it may greatly enhance our ability from the standpoint that it could accelerate the project in a real way to where it tremendously benefits us. Or it could very well be that things slow down and everything else, and we've got to go a new core way or whatever it may be. But I'm telling you, what you should do as a business guy or a lady, and what you should do as a governor, is you should fish with lots of lines, and you should fish with lots of diligence, because there's going to be moments of good and surprises to the upside and surprises to the downside and everything. In this, I hope the net of the whole thing from a business guy's standpoint is it gives them a pathway that is faster in creating more jobs and faster in creating profitability for them and faster in doing really good stuff for this country and the world. And so that's all I can tell you from the standpoint of a business guy. Shoot, I've seen this so many times, it's unbelievable. It's old hat to me. This is part of the business world, and this is what you got to do. And so that's my best answer I can give you.
All right, thank you, Kenny. Governor, I'll turn it back to you.
Well, I always write down all the stuff that's said, from our experts and make notes and then write, go back through them and comment about them. But that's the total of my notes right there today, and my notes are 223-22. Again, I congratulate Glenville, and yesterday was wonderful to see a gigantic project at Quarter H, in motion and ready to take off, and all the good stuff we did with the parks and at Blackwater Falls and on and on. Great day yesterday. Everybody kept asking me, where's Baby Dog, where's Baby Dog? They're already asking me today, where's Baby Dog? We have some people from Taiwan here and everything, and they brought me this little bag and this stuff and everything from Taiwan, and they just ask, is Baby Dog here today? Now imagine that, but nevertheless, Baby Dog really and truly, she's had some busy days, and normally speaking, I told the people, normally speaking, in the middle of the night, she's right there in the bed, and she's hard to move, and she'll lay right up against my back and everything. But last couple of nights and everything, she's been under the bed because she needed to catch up on her sleep and get real sleep, and I can hear her under there snoring, but she wasn't with me yesterday or today, but nevertheless, that's all I got to report. Again, congratulations, Mark, and Glenville State University now. It's fantastic stuff. So that's all I got. Thank y'all.
House will please be in order. Those persons not having privilege of the floor will please vacate the chamber. All members and guests in the galleries will please rise as we are led in prayer today by the lady from the 32nd, Doug Kessinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Father, we come before you just so thankful for who you are and for what you do. We thank you for the opportunity that we have to represent you in this body and to represent the people back home. Father, I pray that you'll give us wisdom and direction as we go about our business today. I pray that you will be with each of us as we make hard decisions, and that you will comfort those who need comforted, that you will be close to the brokenhearted, and that you will allow us to rejoice with those who are rejoicing and mourn with those who mourn. And so, Father, we just give you all of the glory, honor, and praise. And in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Members and guests in the galleries will please remain standing. We'll be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the gentleman of the 16th, Doug Mant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please join me in honoring America with the reciting of the pledge.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Members and guests may be seated. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Tuesday, February 22nd, 2022.
Gentleman the 45th, Douglas Martin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as have being read.
Gentleman the 45th, Douglas Martin, asks unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Are there objections? There are no objections. Lady from the 49th for an update on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On unfinished business, HCR 42 was moved to House calendar. On special calendar, third reading, committee substitute for House Bill 4691 and House Bill 4761 were moved to the House calendar. On special calendar, first reading, committee substitute for House Bill 4731 was moved to House calendar. On House calendar, third reading, House Bill 4462 was moved to the special calendar.
Introductions. Lady in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our doctor of the day is Art Calhoun from West Union, West Virginia. If we could make him welcome.
Gentleman the 11th, Douglas Keaton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Each year, the Healthcare Hall of Fame by the West Virginia Executive Magazine honors doctors, nurses, hospital administrators, educators, researchers, innovators, and entrepreneurs who are positively impacting the healthcare industry in the Mountain State. I would like to congratulate our colleague and my friend, Delegate Larry Pack, for being inducted into the class of 2022 Healthcare Hall of Fame. So congratulations, Delegate Pack. If everybody will please join me in that.
Gentleman the 48th, Douglas Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 pages with me today. I have Max Fratto from Lincoln Middle, and I also have my nephew Jackson Riley. If they would please stand, and they're escorted today by my brother Clark Riley in the South Gallery. If the House will make him welcome.
Gentleman 56, Douglas Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Visiting today from the Republic of China, Taiwan, we have Minister Robin Chen, and he is joined by Dennis Hong and Daniel Cho. They should be in the West Gallery. If they would stand, please make them feel welcome.
Gentleman the 32nd, Douglas Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, we have a great friend, her and her entire family, Angie Thomas. Her husband is Pete Thomas, who's not with us today. They're both pharmacists, great people. If she would stand in the House, please make them feel welcome.
Gentleman the 13th, Douglas Pinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to introduce 2 friends that have come down from Jackson County today to join me. If they'd please stand when I call their name. I have a constituent and an Army veteran, Kurt Atkinson, if you'd please stand. And then also my longtime friend and a role model and mentor, Jason Perlak, if the House would please make them feel welcome.
Gentleman the 39th, Douglas Farrell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got, I think, an unofficial Sissonville, West Virginia Day today because I've got a few pages I want to introduce to you guys this morning. And we'll begin with wonderful Miss Allison Jarrett. She's an 8th grader at Sissonville Middle School, multi-sport athlete. And then there's Hannah Strickland. She's an 8th grade student at Sissonville Middle as well. She's also a multi-sport athlete. We have Casey Long, who's an 8th grader at Sissonville Middle, another multi-sport athlete. And then also from Sissonville Middle, Mr. Alec Langrebe, that soccer, football, and an A honor roll student. He's with us today, and he is the son. He's joined by his mother today. Our clerk secretary, Miss Ann Langrebe, is here. That's her son. He's joining us today. Also from Sissonville High School, Macy Smith. She's band student at Sissonville High. And we also have from Sissonville High School, make sure I get these, I don't miss somebody here. Okay, Lily Wilkerson, she's on the swim team. I coached her in soccer seems like a few years ago. And then last but certainly not least, joining me is my daughter, Danica Farrell. She's a track athlete. She's a member of the Marine ROTC program at Sissonville High School. She joins us, and I think I have enough to put the ball team together, I think, by their experience here. So I would like the house to give them a warm welcome. Also, my wife, Tracy Farrell, is joining us in the West Gallery up here. If she'll stand, she's joining us this morning. So if you give them all a warm welcome.
Lady in 24th, I got Mizaki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have Riley Moore, not to be mistaken for our treasurer. I have Riley Moore and Jada Miller from Logan High School. Make them feel welcome.
Gentleman the 10th, I got Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have with us again today in both the North Gallery and the South Gallery way too many people for me to introduce, but we once again have freedom-loving patriots from all over the state of West Virginia, from Parkersburg, Wheeling, Morgantown, Huntington, Charleston, all across this state. Those folks are here in support of our medical freedom bills and also the legislation that we have pending to eliminate the emergency powers bills. If you would all make them feel welcome, please stand.
Gentleman 37th, Doug Pushkin's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today in the West Gallery, we are honored to be joined by the Executive Director of the West Virginia Human Rights Commission. Pastor Tia Welch is with us here today, and she's also the pastor of the Heart of God Church in North Charleston. Would everybody please make her feel welcome?
Gentleman 25th, Doug Painter's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Got a guest here today from the 25th District, which, as we all know, is the prettiest place in the world and home of the finest people in the world. This gentleman is also running to take the seat of the 25th District delegate right now, as I won't be running again, and his name is Adam Vance. If he would please stand, and let's give him a big house welcome.
Are there further introductions? Standing committee reports.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration House Bill 4408 relating to contracts for construction of recreational facilities in state parks and forests, and reports back to committee substitute, therefore, with recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration House Bill 4612, decreasing the time period of eligibility for non-duty disability from 10 to 5 or more years of service for municipal police officers and firefighters' retirement, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration House Bill 4473 to provide certain members of the state police with locality pay to offset the high cost of living in certain counties. House Bill 4540 to update all retirement plans to comport with federal law. House Bill 4613 relating to increasing the multiplier for use in determining accrued benefit in the West Virginia Municipal Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement System. House Bill 4614 providing optional retirement service credit for unused accrued annual or sick leave days for municipal police and firefighters.
and House Bill 4657, creating the Critical Mineral Investment Tax Credit Act of 2022, and reports by committee substitutes, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitutes each do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Joint Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined, found truly enrolled, and on the 22nd day of February 2022 presented to His Excellency the Governor for his action the following bills signed by the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Delegates. House Bill 4264, change designation of Glenville State University to Glenville State College to Glenville State University, and committee substitute for House Bill 3312, establishing a memorial to child labor and child workers who died in the course of employment in this state.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4516 to require medication-assisted treatment programs to have written policies concerning community relations, and reports back a committee substitute therefore with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4662 relating to licensure of Head Start facilities in this state, and reports back a committee substitute therefore with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
That report will be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4660, establishing the status of beds when an intermediate care facility for individuals with intellectual disabilities closes, and reports back a committee substitute therefore with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
That report will be received. Are there further standing committee reports? If not, select committee reports, executive messages, Senate messages.
The Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed with amendment and a title amendment House Bill 4048, West Virginia Keep, Bear, and Drive with Arms Act.
That message should be received. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to clarify that individuals may possess loaded rifles and shotguns in their vehicles unless the rifles or shotguns are there for the purpose of taking wildlife. The Senate amendment fully repealed the criminal prohibition in this section against possessing a loaded rifle or shotgun, a bow, a crossbow that is loaded, and fully repeals the prohibition against carrying any unloaded firearm, bow, or crossbow in any vehicle which is not in a case between 30 minutes after sunset and 30 minutes before sunrise, without regard for whether the person is engaged in hunting activity. The Senate amendment accomplishes the purpose of the introduced House bill relating to clarifying that an individual may possess a loaded rifle or shotgun in a motor vehicle. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move the House concur with the Senate amendment.
Question for the House is the motion that the House concur in the Senate amendment to House Bill 4048. Is there debate on the motion? If not, those in favor of adoption of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. The question now before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 96 ayes, 2 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4048, West Virginia Keep, Bear, and Drive with Arms Act.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next Senate message.
Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed without amendment committee substitute for House Bill 4369, update the telepsychology compact.
The message to be received.
The Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has adopted without amendment House Concurrent Resolution 79, a resolution to designate February 21st as the official start day to National FFA Week in West Virginia.
That message to be received.
The Clerk of the Senate announces that the Senate has passed the following bills. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 137, requiring persons convicted of certain felonies on or after March 8, 1995, provide DNA samples.
That message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 216, creating Student Journalists Press Freedom Restoration Act.
That message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Education, then the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 486, allowing PERS retirees to designate Special Needs Trust as beneficiary.
That message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary, then the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 523, transferring oversight of Jobs Investment Trust Fund to West Virginia Economic Development Authority.
That message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 535, providing for revocation of school personnel certification or licensure in certain circumstances.
That message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Senate Bill 548, authorizing Workforce West Virginia employers to obtain employment classifications and work locations.
The message be received and that bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 585, creating administrative medicine license for physicians not practicing clinical medicine.
That message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
Senate Bill 597, relating to PSC underground facilities damage prevention and one-call system.
That message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Senate Bill 624, making supplementary appropriation to DHHR, Division of Health, Laboratory Services.
The message be received and that bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 625, making supplementary appropriation to DHHR, Division of Health, Vital Statistics account.
The message be received and that bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 626, supplementing, amending, and increasing existing items of appropriation from State Road Fund to DOT DMV.
That message be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 627, supplementing, amending, and increasing existing item of appropriation from State Road Fund to DOT DOH.
The message be received and that bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 634, making supplementary appropriation to DHHR, Division of Health, Hospital Services Revenue Account, Special Fund, Capital Improvement, Renovation, and Operations.
The message be received and that bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 641, requiring Consolidated Public Retirement Board to set contributions to Deputy Sheriff's Retirement System.
The message be received and that bill will be referred to the Committee on Pensions and Retirement, then the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 669, relating to contribution levels of certain judges who participate in retirement system.
The message be received and that bill will be referred to the Committee on Pensions and Retirement, then the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 670, permitting newly hired 911 personnel to participate in emergency medical services retirement system.
The message be received and that bill will be referred to the Committee on Pensions and Retirement, then the Committee on Finance. Are there further Senate messages? Resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 89, Hajash Brothers Memorial Bridge.
That resolution will be referred to the Committee on Rules. Further resolutions, petitions, motions, bills introduced, unfinished business.
House Resolution 12, supporting the signing of a bilateral trade agreement between the United States and the Republic of China, Taiwan.
Question before the House is the adoption of House Resolution 12. Is there debate on the resolution? Gentleman 16th, Douglas Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Taiwan is a true friend to the United States and to the state of West Virginia. What many of you don't know is that Taiwan is crucial to the national security of the United States. Taiwan has the largest semiconductor, meaning microchip manufacturing facility and company in the world. That's Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. Those of you who use Apple iPhones, they're made there. All the chips. Those of you who use Android phones like Samsung, they're made there. Those of you who have an AMD chip in your computer, they're made there. And Taiwan has been a friend to the United States and certainly to the state of West Virginia for many, many years. Taiwan is obviously concerned right now, related to some of the actions by Vladimir Putin in relation to the Ukraine. We're seeing a time of geopolitical instability right now, and with this resolution, I hope that this House would unanimously adopt and continue to show our support for the nation of Taiwan and for the long-standing history that we have between the state of West Virginia and the nation of Taiwan. Mr. Speaker, they're now finally here in the gallery, and I do urge adoption.
Question before the House is, shall the resolution be adopted? Roll call vote is demanded. Is the demand sustained? The demand is sustained. The question is, shall the resolution be adopted? Those in favor of adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Gentleman 36, Doug Pritt. The clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 99 ayes, 1 nay, and 0 members absent. The majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that resolution adopted. Clerk will please report the next resolution.
House Resolution 15, amend House Rules 94 and 94B to allow unlimited joint sponsors and requests to be made through the delegate console.
Laid in the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill be postponed 1 day.
Lady from the 49th moves that action on House Resolution 15 be postponed 1 day. Those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares that motion adopted. Next resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 81, U.S. Army Chief Warrant Officer Milford Arnold Cunningham Memorial Bridge.
Chair notes that House Resolutions 81, 83, 84, and 87 are all infrastructure naming resolutions. Are there objections to considering these resolutions in block? There are no objections. Clerk will read Resolutions 81, 83, 84, and 87.
House Concurrent Resolution 81, U.S. Army Chief Warrant Officer Milford Arnold Cunningham Memorial Bridge. House Concurrent Resolution 83, U.S. Army Sergeant Charles L. Toppings Memorial Road. House Concurrent Resolution 84, U.S. Navy Water Tender 3rd Class V6 Lewis Glenn Mills Memorial Boulevard. House Concurrent Resolution 87, Joseph Allen Wyatt, Fire Chief of Cowan, VFD Memorial Intersection.
Question before the House is the adoption of House Concurrent Resolutions 81, 83, 84, and 87. Those in favor of adoption of those resolutions, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares each of those resolutions adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further resolutions? If not, bills on third reading.
House Bill 3082, Stabilizing Funding Sources for the DEP Division of Air Quality.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If there are no objections, gentleman from the 10th, Doug Christ, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. The purpose of this bill is to stabilize the funding source for the Division of Air Quality within the Department of Environmental Protection. Division's air quality operates from two funds established in the State Treasury: Air Pollution Education and Environmental Fund, and the Air Pollution Control Fund. The bill also adds language requiring that the unspent funds and interest shall not be transferred to other funds nor to the General Revenue Fund. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman 15th, Doug Foster, is recognized.
Thank you. Does the Vice Chair yield?
Yes, sir.
So the money now is transferred into the General Revenue Fund?
The interest is. There is no interest. There is no transfer at this time.
There's no transfer, so it's just building up in the Air Quality Fund?
There is no interest, and they could sweep it if they so desire.
But once this bill passes, it could not be moved to the General Revenue Fund.
Right, that's correct.
And where's this money come from?
From environmental fees paid by the industrial producers of the air pollution.
So anybody that's paying an air quality permit fee.
Right.
And my question on that is, right now, are you familiar with what those fees are?
No, sir, I'm not.
And are you familiar with what the fees in Kentucky are?
No, sir, I'm not.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Speak to the bill.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to oppose this bill. I understand being able to invest these monies that are there, but the problem is right now there's the option to move it over into the general revenue fund. And if you look at Kentucky and others of our surrounding states, this service is provided for free to the industries. So, for example, right now, West Virginia companies are having to pay a fee for this fund, and apparently they have too much money, so they're looking to invest it and get a return on that, and we're tying it into that account. Now, if we allow it to be swept in the general revenue as it is now, maybe it'll encourage these fees to be reduced and encourage businesses to more locate in West Virginia than Kentucky. And I believe that it's an obligation of West Virginia to fund this, not putting it on like the way Kentucky does, instead of putting it on our business owners who are looking to move in this state and apply for the permit. So I would oppose the bill because I think it's better to push for a decrease in fees than a reinvesting of the money and tying it into the account.
Is there debate on the bill? Does the gentleman with the 10th, Doug Chris, wish to close debate on the bill? The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. If we don't do this, the industry will have to, there will be an increase in fees for these permits. And right now, the monies that are there are just able to sit there. And we need to be able to allow them to invest this money so we can keep these fees down and try to keep our manufacturers at a competitive basis. I urge passage.
Question before the House, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 76 ayes, 24 nays, and 0 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 3082, stabilizing funding sources for the DEP Division of Air Quality.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Householder moves to amend the title.
Question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4344 relating to foster care.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentleman, Mr. 17th, Doug Rohrbach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. House Bill 4344 sets up to do a lot of things, so please bear with me. This is a fairly lengthy bill. First of all, it amends and adds definitions for the data dashboard and the matching database. It adds amendments to remove an expired deadline for the DHHR to enter into performance-based contracts with child placing agencies. It also makes an amendment to provide when a case management system, known as the PATH system, is operational, a request for proposal must be issued to incorporate a matching database, and that database must be created. It would also have new language to require a study of centralized intake. It also has new language which directs that a pay equity salary adjustment, an increase, be provided to all direct service employees as defined by the Commissioner working within the Bureau of Social Services, regardless of where the direct service employee reports to work. This salary adjustment shall be for a total of 15% per direct service employee. The Division of Personnel shall also increase the salary ranges for each classification by 20%. This bill would also seek to repeal a study commission that terminated in 2015 and get rid of some obsolete language. It also mandates that the circuit court shall set aside 1 day each month to enable multidisciplinary treatment teams to meet. This bill would add that the managed care case coordinator be added to all multidisciplinary treatment teams. In addition, the bill would be amended to allow the DHHR to hire outside counsel to represent its interests. It also amends to require notices of court hearings to be served by the sheriff's office without additional compensation. There's new language that requires a child agency or facility may disclose otherwise confidential information to other child agencies or facilities when making referrals or providing services on behalf of the child. This information shall be maintained in the same manner as provided in this code. It also makes an amendment to allow the foster care ombudsman access to a kinship family home. The foster care ombudsman may not be compelled to testify or produce evidence in any judicial or administrative proceedings with respect to any matter involving the exercise of his or her official duties. It would also amend to correct the name of the Bureau of Social Services. In addition, it would make an amendment to remove the ability of a complainant foster child, foster parent, kinship parent, or the guardian to authorize the disclosure of otherwise confidential information regarding any investigation of a complaint that contains the identity of the complainant or foster child, foster parent, or kinship parent. That's a summary of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman of the 13th, Doug Pinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to stand today and to speak on behalf of the West Virginia foster system and our child protective system. I want you to think about that title for just a moment, our child protective system. I believe that this might be one of the most important bills that we'll consider all year. We have over 7,000 children in foster care in the state of West Virginia. And I know too well, just within the last few weeks, of what it's like as a dad to take in a foster placement, 12 months old, and to be excited about trying to help that child and trying to help the family that has lost custody of that child. I know what it's like to see that child wake up on the first morning in our home absolutely terrified. Brand new surroundings, strangers, absolutely terrified. The short title of House Bill 4344 is Relating to Foster Care. It's almost like broadband. You hear it and you say, yes, I'm in favor of it. What are we doing to improve it? Well, I want to just highlight quickly, the chairman's done such a wonderful job, but what are we doing to improve the problem? The chances are that many of you in this room ran on or at least were asked about our West Virginia foster crisis. So what does this bill do specifically to address that? Number one, it's a sustainable investment into the workforce among our CPS workers. Number two, the DHHR will be called to study the centralized intake process and ultimately will make adjustments accordingly to that review. There'll be an outward-facing data dashboard that can be used for public consumption and planning and preparation. I have a dear friend that says it's not dynamic until it's specific. This will allow us to specifically identify where the needs in West Virginia are and how to respond to those needs. This bill allows us to study the best practice standards in West Virginia and then compare those to standards throughout our country to make sure that we're operating above the national average. And then finally, this bill calls for a 15% pay raise to all direct service employees in the state of West Virginia. Listen, the DHHR employees have an extremely difficult job that they do for a very meager or modest pay. I want to repeat that, a very difficult job for very modest pay. We have to stop. We have to slow the turnover rate in the state of West Virginia. We have to fix the vacancy rate in DHHR, which right now is at 30% statewide. 30% statewide. In Jackson County and Mason County, it's over 50% the last time I looked at it. For every 2 employees they should have, they have 1. I believe this pay raise is a step in the right direction to show these individuals, these employees who are caring for these children, 7,200 plus children, these are their help. These are the only allies that they have in the time of crisis. This is not a fix-all. The chairman knows, the committee knows, the commissioner knows that there's a lot that I'd like to see in this bill that's not in there yet, but I believe we're moving in the right direction. I believe that this bill is a step in the right direction. I believe changes that have been made in the DHHR and the Bureau of Child Services, I believe we're moving in the right direction. I would urge unanimous support of this bill. Let's send it to the Senate and let's begin righting this ship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the fourth, Dr. Zukoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from the 13th. He and I have been working on an informal caucus together in a bipartisan manner to work on the foster care issues. I'd like to thank the delegate from the 57th, who has helped us study this all year long in interims, the issues within the foster care system. And ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, we have heard horror stories. And we know that there's nothing more precious in West Virginia than our children, especially those most needy in our foster care system. We've looked at database management systems. We've actually had folks come in from other states to show us what can be done and how this system can be helped. And our colleague is right from the 13th. This is just the tip of what we can do to help our system be better. But I hope, along with him, that you will also unanimously support this bill. There's been a lot of work, a lot of effort, and at the center of this bill is helping West Virginia's most vulnerable. We need you to stand up and be there with us to support them and this pay raise to the CPS workers. Hopefully we can encourage others to get into this field. We have to do something. We have to step up. And I'd appreciate, I'll be voting green, and I hope that all of you will be as well. Thank you.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? Gentleman 17th, Douglas Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very briefly, I do appreciate everybody's indulgence as I went through the mechanisms of the bill. What I'd like to speak to, though, is not quite as eloquently as the last 2 speakers, but if you'll remember, this is the second major bill in 3 years now regarding foster care in this state. And what I'd like to impose upon people is that is something that this committee and the leadership of this legislature has taken very seriously, and I believe we've pushed out another very good product to move the ball forward. This bill is in large part to fix partly some of the things from the bill 2 years ago. So we will keep working because this is probably as important as anything this legislature deals with are our children. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I'd urge adoption of the bill.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 99 ayes, 1 nay, and 0 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4344 relating to foster care.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4345 relating to motor vehicle registration cards by establishing electronic or mobile registration cards.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, Gentleman 15th, Douglas Foster, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to authorize vehicle owners to carry and display electronic registration cards issued by the Division of Motor Vehicles. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman 56, Douglas Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
Yes.
Is this in addition to the paper card that would be mailed out?
It's one or the other.
What would happen if you're in an area without cell service and you only had it on your phone?
Well, in that case, you would probably be, if you were in that type of area, I would assume you would elect to use the paper card. Oh, and it would be stored on your phone, so there would be no need for access.
It will be stored on the phone. It's not just...
Yeah, there's no need for access to the internet to get the electronic registration.
Thank you.
Gentleman 16th, Douglas Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We reviewed this bill in the Committee on Technology and Infrastructure. Just to clear up any of the confusion just there, this is an additional option. It is not mandatory. You can continue to use registration and so on and so forth, your driver's license and all that in the ordinary, usual, and customary ways that everyone is used to. But if you would wish to use things like the Apple Wallet or the Google Wallet or any of those sorts of things, it becomes an option for you, and that's really what this bill allows. As the Vice Chairman mentioned, with these wallet applications on your mobile devices, it downloads that data straight to your phone, stores it in an encrypted or secure fashion, and is available even when you do not have internet access. So with all those things being the case, Mr. Speaker, it's a good bill. It moves us into the 21st century, and I do urge passage.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine. Ascertain the result on this question. There are 96 ayes, 4 nays, and 0 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4345 relating to motor vehicle registration cards by establishing electronic or mobile registration cards.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4391 relating generally to school nurses.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, Gentleman 27, Douglas Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The nurse per students ratio that establishes the minimum number of school nurses that each county board must employ is changed in this bill to accurately acknowledge that school nurses serve all students from pre-K through grade 12, not just kindergarten through grade 7 as in the current code. The one nurse per 1,500 students in all grade levels will be met by counting both RNs and LPNs that are currently employed and providing nursing services in the public schools. Note that this is the minimum ratio. Current law also requires the employment of school nurses in excess of this ratio to ensure adequate provisions of services to severely disabled students as determined in the state board rules. LPNs must work under the supervision of an RN. The respective boards of examiners for the RNs and LPNs have jointly adopted criteria for determining scope of practice for licensed nurses that includes decision-making protocols for delegation and assignment and supervision. RNs are also responsible for performing a needs assessment for the county and electing a representative to serve on the Council of School Nurses, which may make recommendations to the state board for a rule to implement training standards and create standards to be used by school nurses. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Gentleman the 10th, Douglas Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. Would the gentleman yield, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you this morning, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, this is not a bill to remove RNs from current school nurse positions and replace them with LPNs. Is that correct?
That is correct. What it actually does is the current ones are still there. The expanded portion, which is roughly based on current enrollment, would be about 53, 54 new nurses, and they could either be an RN or an LPN that works under the supervision of an RN. And the current code requires that each county has to have at least one RN.
I just wanted to get that in the record. I appreciate your response.
This is the expanded portion.
I just wanted to get your response. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right. It's not losing any positions. It's just getting extra help.
Thank you.
Gentleman 43rd, Douglas Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my friend, the Chairman of Education, continue to yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. So I'm looking this over, and I remember going through this in committee, and I think we can all agree that we need more nurses in our schools. But I have a couple questions. The bill would make it one school nurse for every 1,500 pupils in that enrollment. What is the current ratio?
That still is 1 in 1,500. However, it's only from K to 7th grade.
Okay. And so currently, or when this goes into effect in, I guess, 2025, is that correct?
Yes.
Would this change, or would this possibly allow, and my other friend over there made the same question, would this allow them to, a county board of education to, say, RIF a school nurse with a BSN in favor of hiring an LPN at a lower, service level pay versus the professional level pay? Could they possibly do that?
I don't think so on that, no.
Okay. In this instance of a county hires an additional LPN or a couple LPNs, who would be overseeing them and their job duties?
Whichever RN that's in charge of that county school.
Okay. Would that potentially increase their job duties? The school nurse that's over that school or over the county schools, would that increase their job duties?
I can't say it wouldn't increase anyone's duties. I would think that would help decrease some of their routine stuff, that they could probably focus on more acute things that they have to deal with.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speak to the bill.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, sir. This is something that's very important to me, and I'm a little, I've heard a lot of different testimony and some concerns from my constituents and from nurses across the state. I think we all agree that we need more nurses in our schools. I've been in situations where we've had 3 code blues at one time, 3 different medical emergencies in my schools, and we're running through the schools trying to make sure that our students are taken care of. And I hope, my true hope is that our counties do not look at this from a perspective of trying to reduce their nursing staff, because we absolutely need our school nurses, our nurses with BSNs, not looking at it as a way of hiring cheaper labor. But in instances where we cannot find school nurses with BSNs, this bill would be very helpful. So I am going to urge adoption. Thank you.
Lady 49th, Douglas Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield for one question?
Yes, ma'am.
I love that we're expanding it pre-K through 12. I think that's awesome, because we realize that those age groups have medical needs and other needs that requires a nurse. So my question is, if it's 1 to 1,500, could it be 1 to 3,000 with an RN and then an LPN?
So
you see what I'm saying?
Right.
So you're going to hire an additional person to help you, but as the RN, you're going to be over, instead of 1 to 1,500, you're going to be over, say, 3,000, and then the second nurse then would be your LPN that would help you. So they would take care of some of the things that they were able to do, but you as the nurse then would be responsible for maybe double that amount, because they're working under you.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be up to that limit. I mean, the standards that they put in, that they have in their code, would limit how many students they would have to be in charge of. But I think
And
we
I was
still
thinking
have
that was
ratio
1,500.
Yeah, it's still 1 in 1,500, and I think many schools already, nothing precludes them from having 1 in 1,000 in their county, or 1 in 700, or 1 in 500.
Yeah, I know, I get that. I'm very blessed. I have 5 schools in my county and I have 5 RNs. So it's, I mean, I'm very blessed. I get it. I just was wondering if the ratio would go up to, instead of 1 to 1,500, 1 to 3,000 with an LPN, 1 to 4,500 with 2
I don't think
LPNs.
there's that many students to do that. I mean,
Okay.
Like I said, we're only expanding about 53 nursing positions.
And I love
There's
adding
already-
53 more nurses. I
Right,
think that's
there's already
great.
370 in there already.
Okay.
So you're talking about what, 1/7 or whatever? Or
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Gentleman from 12th, Dr. Westfall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Education Chair Yield, my good friend.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the intent of the bill is to possibly increase the number of nurses in the schools.
Yes, the manpower, the help, yes.
Okay, so, but we are redefining what a school nurse is, because right now, or are we? Right now, it's an RN, but with language on page, 19 through line 23, we're saying an RN or an LPN can be called a school nurse.
It's, what this says is an RN is currently considered a school nurse. This is saying for the expanded portion, it could be an RN or an LPN under the supervision of an RN.
Okay, that's what I thought now.
Right, doesn't replace the previous RNs.
Okay, it also says you have to have at least 1 RN per county.
That's already in code. It has to maintain at
correct.
least 1.
Okay. Okay, let's use the example, my county, Jackson County. We have 12 schools in Jackson County, spread probably 45 miles apart. So my county eventually could have 1 RN and 11 LPNs, and those LPNs all be under direction of 1 RN?
If that's what they choose, but Jackson County currently has 8 RNs and no LPNs.
Okay.
So I thought they'll get rid of the 8 RNs.
The delegate from Elkins, I can't remember the number, talked about could that possibly increase the duty of an RN? So,
well, if they're supervising someone, yes, they have to cover those duties, but it may free them up
okay.
to do other things.
Okay. Can you see the possibility of a RN not having a school, but just having 11 or 12 LPNs to go around daily?
I guess if that's what they choose.
Okay. Can a LPN administrator, can they give, we got a lot of diabetics in Ripley Middle School right now, because my wife's a school nurse.
Right.
She's an RN. We have 3 diabetics currently right now that she, every day in the morning, test her blood sugar, at lunch, they get her what they're going to eat, and they test it afterwards. Can an LPN do that?
I think that depends on their level and the comfort of the RN doing that. I mean, there are different levels of what the LPNs know how to do within their scope, but I think that would be more the responsibility of the RN. Now, can the LPN assess blood sugars, if they're reporting those, and then report to the RN? I don't think that's a problem.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, speak to the bill.
Yes, gentleman is recognized.
Okay. Like I said, my wife is an RN, and of course, she has concerns with this. She's been a school nurse for over 20 years. Jackson County is pretty blessed that we have all RNs, not LPNs, in our school system. And currently, every school has an RN. I know there's some counties that don't have enough. My concern is the welfare of the children 10 years from now, 20 years from now. If you have, I give my county again, if we have 12 LPNs and 1 RN going from school to school to school to school, administrating insulin or emergencies, and I just have concern. I'm glad it is possibly adding LPNs or the new definition of an RN or a school nurse, but I just have concerns that LPNs are not trained enough to do what they need to do in the school. I haven't been in the school system for a long time. When I taught many, many moons ago, we didn't have RNs. We didn't have school nurses. we had the secretary that did everything that the school nurses do now. But school is different now. Kids are different now. They got more health problems than they ever had before. So I'm very glad we're trying to add nurses, but I'm just reluctant how we're trying to do it, so I'll be a no vote. So thank you.
Gentleman from the 45th, Douglas Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman please yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wanting to know, so would the county school boards would be the ones paying for the nurse, the additional nurse?
Yeah, they're already doing that for any of the extra nurses they do.
Okay, so is that included in the formula?
It would go into the formula if we increase this amount, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman 30, Douglas Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The chairman yield.
Yes, sir. You guys are giving me exercise here.
It's up and down and up and down. So I'm just going to follow up on that because we talked about this yesterday a little bit. So I'm actually looking at the fiscal note here on the system. And
fiscal note 0 at this point.
Yeah, but the first thing is that it looks like that this doesn't come into effect until 2025-26. Is that right?
Correct.
That's the way I leave it. So that's why the fiscal note 0 is because there's no impact until 20. So yeah, there's no fiscal note for anything we don't do for some time.
And
so,
as I mentioned, counties are already paying for the extra nursing staff.
Yeah, and that's where I get somewhat concerned, because if I look at the fiscal note at the bottom in the text, it reads, however, if a county were to need additional nurses in the future to meet the requirements of this proposed legislation, that cost would be fully borne by the County Board of Education. Do you see that language?
Yes, sir.
So if, it may very well be included in the school aid formula, but it doesn't appear that any of that cost would necessarily be picked up by the state.
That would be correct.
So I think that's of some concern. The other question I had that was, is are LPNs classified as professionals or service personnel?
Currently, there are as aides. So under the aid part.
So an LPN is classified as an aide under the funding formula, whereas a registered nurse is classified as a professional.
Correct.
Okay. So that's a distinction between those two things. Thank you for that clarification.
Gentleman to 42nd, Douglas Longacre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentlelady from the 49th yield for a question?
Yes.
I don't know anything about nursing.
The nurse from the 45th is the sponsor of this bill. She could probably answer your questions better.
Well, I think you will do just fine.
Okay.
And my question about that I have is if I was an LPN and I wanted to become later in life an RN, or possibly apply for a job as an RN, is there any eligibility requirements? Like, would they ask, like, how many years of experience do you have as an LPN, for example?
No, and the LPN has it's almost a year training, but a nurse can become a nurse in 2 years, so just one additional year if you get an associate degree.
Okay, so just to clarify, if I'm an LPN and I want to become an RN, the experience of working as an LPN somewhere would not help me, or it would help me?
It would definitely help you. I mean, you could put that on your application to school, right? That you're an LPN and this is the experience you have. Sure, I think that could be helpful.
Okay, thank you. No more questions. So this bill, folks, for those of you who have reservations, this bill actually would fill a gap. It would give boards of education across the state the opportunity to fill gaps in employment where we have not enough RNs, period. That's the whole point of the bill, to find a mechanism in code to create another opportunity for Board of Educations to add another layer of protection for our kids And in doing so, from what the gentlelady from the 49th just said, it might even create some experience for LPNs as they might later move in and on and become RNs, which can be used just about anywhere in a critical need area. So I support this bill wholeheartedly, mostly because my name's on part of the bill here, I think. But this is a good bill that'll help take care of the schools and fill some needs in employment where they're needed. Thank you.
Gentleman 39th, Delegate Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman, Chairman of Education, please yield?
Yes, sir.
We had this discussion in committee and had some questions then, and I want to follow up now just to clarify, and I think for the entire delegation here, that the school or the school board has a choice when a vacancy comes open to hire an RN or an LPN, or are they required to hire the most qualified candidate for the position?
I would guess they would have to hire the most qualified individual, but it depends on what position's being posted.
But are they required to do it, or or are we just leaving that in their hands?
Well, just on the expanded part, it's saying they could be one or the other. If it's someone that they're replacing someone that's already hired, I would imagine they'd have to do the same thing as far as qualification for that position.
But there's no requirement that they have to hire the RN. They could hire the LPN.
For the expanded portion to meet the code, yes, if they want to.
Okay, yeah.
But that's up to them. I mean, the RNs are hard to come by. I mean, that's what they're, if they can get them, they're going to try to get them.
Okay. And I know we discussed up there what the we discussed in committee.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
I was going to say to qualify, analysts told me that if an RN position is open, or if an RN applies, that they would probably have to hire that person.
Okay, and I think in education is typically the case. The most qualified teacher gets the position, and so that's where we're at. So I wanted to clarify that as well. And the difference in cost between an RN and an LPN?
Yeah, that varies among counties. I mean, I have some rough estimates on cost. And if you're talking about benefits and everything else that goes with it, you're probably talking somewhere around a $20,000 to $30,000 difference between each individual.
So $20,000 to $30,000 annually.
Rough salaries for LPN seem to be in the high 20s, low 30s, depending on the county. Nursing could be anywhere from the 40s to 65, 70, depending on where they're at.
Okay.
Obviously, Eastern Panhandle counties spend a little more on theirs than.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. I know we had some discussion upstairs. Can I speak to the bill?
Yes, gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My concern up there, and it continues to remain, is there a loophole in this bill that, because the spirit of the bill is correct. I mean, we want to make sure there is a nurse anywhere in a school or anywhere that we can get it, obviously, and I think this tries to speak to that, to make sure, rather than a position be unfilled, that there is at least an LPN in that position versus the RN. But in a position, where you have a choice of that, is there anything in this bill that requires that Board of Education or that school to be able to hire the most qualified person in that? Like I said, we'd like to think that that's going to be the case. I hope so. But is there a loophole in that, in this bill? And that's where, as I read through it, I'm not sure. It's just, there's some question marks there about that. I know that as a high school teacher myself, putting 30 years in the classroom, and people say, well, what could go wrong in a school? I mean, that an LPN couldn't take care of. But trust me, through my years in the hallways and the classrooms, I've seen plenty of head injuries. I've seen plenty of acute type situations to where, we were counting the minutes to get the EMTs there to the school building. And as my colleague here from Preston County, who works with the EMT, would attest, those first few minutes are critical in a critical situation like that to the outcome of a situation like that. So do we want, if your child was in that situation, do you want the most qualified person seeing to your child in a critical situation like that? Lord forbid if it would happen. So, the question on the bill, to me, the biggest hiccup I have is that it doesn't clearly mandate that school board has to. I mean, I could stand corrected here, and I'm open to that, but from what I see, it doesn't mandate that that school have to hire the most qualified person if the position and that person's available. And for that, I relinquish, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Leading the fourth, Dr. Zukoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chair please yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just have a few questions. Thank you for yielding. I'm curious, as this doesn't start until 2025, from my understanding, and there's no fiscal note. The fiscal note says it's 0 because I'm assuming it doesn't start this budget year.
Correct.
Are we going to be increasing? How can we vote on this bill to increase the requirements of the county, but we're not going to be, we won't know until 2025 if we're going to increase the funding for the county school boards to pay for this?
Yeah. Positions are already currently being paid for by counties, okay? So they're already doing this. We're just putting in the code that they would expand that 1 in 1,500 to those grade levels. In 2025, yes, that may require the state aid formula to have that extra funding in that. But it's based on enrollment. If enrollments are going down, it may not be as much either. So it's hard to predict what's going to happen in the next 3 years on that.
But they may have increased funding because we're going to require them
They may, and we may have to adjust how much we pay these people too. So that may go up, and we may have to adjust our funding formula.
So could you really say this is an unfunded mandate at this time?
However you want to interpret it, I guess that's up to you.
No, I'm just curious. I'm not trying to, I really want to understand.
We're just providing the opportunity for them to have more personnel available.
Well, in my county, we already have a nurse for every school, so I'm blessed as well. It's already there, and that's up to the county. But I appreciate you answering the questions. Thank you. May I speak to the bill,
Yes,
Mr.
ladies
Chair?
recognized.
Like everyone in this room, I want to see us have additional nurses in our communities because it's critical. In full disclosure, my daughter's a special education teacher. She has an RN in her elementary school because she has kids with very special needs that they need an RN there every day to take care of those special need children. So I am all for expanding health care as needed in our schools. But I am concerned about an unfunded mandate to get there. Our county, as I said, we're blessed to have nurses in every school, basically because of an excess levy that's passed by our community. We make that determination. Not every county has the ability to do that, or they have other needs that they'll have to juggle to be met. So I'm really concerned about this bill. While I think the intent is awesome, I feel like we try to be fiscally responsible in this room, and that having these mandates made and then not having them funded is just not fair to our county Board of Education. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman to 43rd, Dr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chair yield for one more question?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I had to clarify for the actual, for correctness. So in my county, we have currently 8 school RNs. And so, hearing the debate and the discussion, the concern, but also the care that we want to provide these kids, this prompted another question to me. And so with those 8, we're way over with only having about 4,000 students in Randolph County right now. So we have a very good ratio. I think we could definitely use more. We don't have one in every school. But my concern now would be, again, is there anything in the bill that kind of protects our current RNs? I mean, I know the county could make the decision to eliminate or reduce one in force already, but is there anything in this bill that kind of guarantees that we'll maintain and not reduce the numbers of our RNs in schools?
The way the bill is read, the current staffing would still be there. If you RIF those people, you have to replace them with the most qualified individual, which would be either another RN. You're not replacing them with an LPN. That's up to the county on that, yes.
Could they make that determination, though, right now?
They would have to follow the same RIF policy.
So could they RIF an RN in favor of hiring an LPN right now?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't, no. Not if it's a school nurse. I mean, they could hire an LPN as an aide, but that's separate from the RN position. And this doesn't allow them to do that later. I mean, that's not what this bill is doing.
Okay.
I mean, that's similar to if you were asking about the more highly paid teachers getting RIFed for someone lower paid that doesn't have as much experience. They're not going to be able to do that.
Well, we used to have more seniority protection, but not so much now. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your thoughts. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'm good.
Okay. Question now before the House is shall the bill pass. Is there additional debate on the bill? Okay, if not, does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? Gentleman 27th.
Sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I think too much has been made out of this. I get questioned all the time about getting a nurse in every school in the state. We've looked at that. We found that it's just too expensive for us to do so at this point in time. We'd love to do that. That would be the perfect scenario. But as you know, nursing is on a shortage. We have too many nurses that are going as travel nurses now. It's making it much harder for our hospitals, our clinics, our healthcare facilities, nursing homes, and schools to do that. And this is one way that we're trying to help aid the problem. We're trying to add a few extra people at this particular point in time to help assist the current RNs that are in those positions. Now, many of the high schools already contract with federal clinics for nursing services. That can continue, but this frees up another 50 or so individuals that could help out in the lower grades in many of those counties that don't have that access. Instead of having one RN that has to go between 5 or 6 schools in a county, it gives them the possibility to have someone, whether it be an RN or an LPN that is under that person's supervision, to at least be on site to maybe do some immediate care or help, or at least cut down on the demand that that one nurse has. So I see this as help. Now, the counties that want to hire all RNs and then continue to do it, and they have the ability to do so, great. They're not going to change that. But this does help those counties that have a hard time recruiting people into their communities. So this is one step forward. I don't think it's going to hurt. I don't think you're going to be losing RNs. I think it's going to strengthen this and help them out. So I would be in full support of that, and I wish you would help and pass this bill. Thank you.
The question before the House is shall the bill pass. Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 73 ayes, 27 nays, and 0 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4391, relating generally to school nurses.
Are there amendments to the title?
The Committee on Finance moves to amend the title.
The question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the title amendment will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4462, relating to deferred retirement option plan evaluations.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, Lady in the third, Douglas Storch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. House Bill 4462 would amend provisions of the West Virginia Code relating to the deferred retirement option plans, frequently called DROP. Current law requires annual reports to the Joint Committee on Pensions and Retirement and to the legislature on any experienced impact on a pension and relief fund because of a drop. This bill would require instead a report by the Municipal Pensions Oversight Board's actuary every 5 years on the status of a drop and any impact of the drop on a pension and relief fund. I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 100 ayes, 0 nays, and 0 absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4462, relating to deferred retirement option plan evaluations.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4479, establishing the Coalfield Communities Grant Facilitation Commission.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman 22nd, Douglas Maynard, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4479. The purpose of the bill is to establish the Coalfield Community Grant Facilitation Commission, which shall administer a matching fund needed to pay local matching portions to receive federal, private, or nonprofit grants for the Coalfield community or organizations or entity to help fund development projects. Also, there's a provision in the bill that gives higher education institution privileges for local entities for their developments and application for the grant processing, and provides a report back to this legislator. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 99 ayes, 0 nays, and 1 member absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4479, establishing the Coalfield Communities Grant Facilitation Commission.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4496, allowing interest and earnings on federal COVID-19 relief monies to be retained in the funds or accounts where those monies are invested.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentleman 64th, Douglas Householder, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill would add new provisions to an existing statute to provide that any and all interest or other earnings on the state's federal COVID-19 CARES Act and American Rescue Plan Act funds will be retained in the fund in which the funds are held, rather than expiring them to the General Revenue Fund. I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Gentleman 30th, Douglas Bates. Clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 96 ayes, 0 nays, and 4 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4496, allowing interest and earnings on federal COVID-19 relief monies to be retained in the funds or accounts where those monies are invested.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4607 to remove opioid treatment programs from requiring a certificate of need.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentleman 17th, Douglas Rohrbach, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. House Bill 4607 removes an opioid treatment program from the certificate of need process. That's a summary of the bill, and I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman 43rd, Douglas Nestor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it almost a gift from God that I get to stand up and talk about this bill, because what are the chances that I get to talk about methadone, Subutex, and Suboxone before this chamber? I want to start out and preface this that I'm strongly in opposition to this bill, because what this bill will do is remove any restraints to continue to put that stuff that I just mentioned, Subutex, Suboxone, methadone, out into the state of West Virginia, into the communities that we serve and we're supposed to protect. Now, you might want to know, how am I familiar with this stuff? Well, I can explain that in two ways. The first way I became familiar with it was a substance called methadone. And when I was locked up in West Virginia University College of Law, I had a little brother. His name was Thomas Jackson Nestor. And to let you know, I have one son. His name's Thomas Jackson Nestor. So to let you know how much I loved him and how much of an influence he had on his mere 23 years of existence in this world, I don't think I could do any more to honor him, but then I get this chance, okay? And I'm going to relish this one. So, 2004, September, I'm out of that law school, sitting on the couch, drinking beers. And my brother, he's passing out all over the place, sweating everywhere. I finally say, you know, I've had multitudes of conversations with him over the years, but, you know, I'm away. I'm in Morgantown. We live in Elkins. I couldn't come back to help him, couldn't be there for him as his big brother. Hated it. Hate it to this day. I feel like I failed him. But you know what? I looked at him, and I'd had multiple conversations with him. I said, Jack, you know, you got to stop this. You got to stop this. You're going to kill us. The family's coming apart. You're going to die, and then where are we going to be? And I sure as to heck, he did. He died. I'm going to get into that in a minute. But the pertinent conversation with respect to this bill was, I looked at him, I said, look, you've had a wild life. You know, what are you doing? Why can't you, you know, your eyes are red slits. What are you doing? And he's like, man, I can't get off of this. He's like, I go, what's the highest you've ever been? And I don't know why I asked him that, just maybe like something you'd ask your buddy or your brother. You know, he goes, the highest I've ever been's on methadone. Methadone. I go, but Jack, you're doing all kinds of other things, man. You know, you're taking Xanax pills, you're taking Percocets. I mean, there's stuff all over. I'm finding it all over the house. I mean, you can't hide it. I go, this stuff will kill you. You can't mix this stuff up. I go, what are these, you know, I didn't probably say it like this, but I'm like, don't they test you? What are the safeguards up at this clinic? This clinic was located outside of Randolph County. And he said, yeah, they test me all the time. And I go, well, were you defeating it? Are you cheating? What are you doing? No, I'm always positive. They just keep giving me more and more milligrams of this methadone. Well, I don't want to get long-winded here. My brother and sister and I, we went around, we left, and we got a call. We were in a different foreign place, really, and we got this call. It's the worst day I've ever had in my life. It's my grandmother on the other end of the phone, and your brother's dead. So we come back on a plane. We get back, crying the whole way. My family never been the same again. Destroyed completely. And we get back, and lo and behold, it takes a few weeks, there's an autopsy. What's in his system? Well, it's methadone and Xanax. That was the designated methodology of death, okay? And I kept thinking, if I knew then what I know now as an attorney at law, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Because I'm going to tell you right now, they probably wouldn't be here at all. Not a one single methadone, Subutex, Suboxone clinic, period. Because I would have tried to wipe them out. And the second way I know about it is that never leave me. After I decided, my brother's dead, I'm sitting here on the same couch where I learned what the word purging was, the same couch he died from, my RN mom, which is when your heart stops beating, the blood has nowhere to go, so it pulls from your nose. Okay? You don't have to get hit in the head with a baseball bat to die a suffering, painful death from what this methadone did to my brother, okay? So I get up off the couch. I say, I'll take the bar exam. I'm going to be somebody now because my feet are getting swelled up, and I hate myself, and I can't lay in myself pity. Had every excuse to do it, too. People just wrote me off. You know, the guy he lost it all, and we still like him. We're going to let him go ahead. But I didn't. I went there and I took the bar exam. It didn't leave me. I still kept seeing this stuff. This stuff, I've got people sitting in front of me, like for the first time. What are you accused of? I'm accused of possession with intent to deliver a controlled substance. What is it? It's Subutex. Okay. Well, do you have a prescription for it? Sure. but you can't still deliver that to somebody who doesn't have a valid prescription. So it clogs up our court systems. It clogs it up. It is a disease, okay? And so this stuff, it's constant. When I represent criminally accused people, especially earlier in my career, every single one of these people it was on this stuff, this Subutex. And it was something that they were so high on it, I couldn't even communicate with them effectively. They couldn't even string a sentence together, and it hasn't stopped. It's still here. It's probably the most commonly bartered controlled substance in Randolph County, West Virginia. It's terrible. And you might think, well, this guy's got a personal issue because he thinks it killed his brother. And he's got a personal issue because he's a Republican. He might be coming from a strangely far-right place with all this. No, I'm not, okay? I'm not at all, because I'll be the first to tell you that, quite frankly, if you know me and you've talked to me, most of you have, I'm all about medical marijuana because it can't kill you, okay? No matter what you do with it, okay? So here's the thing. This stuff is bad. And the countervailing argument is, well, these physicians say that, well, we have an 87% success rate, this, that, and the other thing. Well, you know what? I'd like to see those numbers, because I have clients that come in and they can't string a sentence together, and I might not see them for 5 years, which is a rarity. 5 years, I assume they're fine, they're clean and sober, they're abiding by the law, and then guess what? Tracy so-and-so is dead. How did she die? Car wreck. Hey, how was she doing then? Well, she was, still living in a trailer doing heroin. So it's not just about what this can do. I think I've explained that well enough, okay? You can't fight West Virginia's special addiction to opiates with heroin, fighting it with something just like heroin, just calling it something different. And I want you to think about something too, and I just want to bring your attention to it. Who really wants this crap to begin with? What special interest people want? A Joe Schmo doctor that says it's so good for you? Well, let me see those numbers. Let me see who started your clinic and has now been weaned off. Like, what's the ultimate goal? I'd like to see those numbers. I had an occasion one time, but I didn't know enough about what I know now to know I could get them. So you can't fight this special problem. I'm interested in protecting West Virginians, everyone. Addicted and non-addicted West Virginians. This isn't me stereotyping someone. I want the addicted people to get the help that they need. I do. I have a personal invested interest, as I've explained. This is not the route to go about it. Okay? It's not the route to go about it, and I feel like to protect all West Virginians, both addicted and non-addicted, and I'd like to do that without the special interests of the few, some of which probably don't even live here making a buck. So with that, I strongly urge rejection, and I appreciate y'all listening today. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 10th, Doug Kelly, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2017, we didn't have any treatment facilities whatsoever for drug and alcohol addiction. And this legislature, I'm glad to say, funded a number of treatment facilities throughout the state. I don't feel bad about putting a single treatment facility in the state of West Virginia. I think every one of them that we have are needed. But I think placement of those facilities are extremely more important than the number that we have. And unfortunately, too often when treatment facilities are put in the state of West Virginia, they end up in counties that have an interstate highway that come across the state line, and those treatment facilities kind of accumulate there. Unfortunately, rural West Virginia doesn't get the same opportunity. They don't have the same number of treatment facilities out here in rural areas that we need. I think certificate of need is the answer to that. I think certificate of need would considerably help those facilities get distributed more equally around the state. So, Mr. Speaker, I cannot, in good conscience, support this bill, and I would urge a rejection of this bill. Thank you.
The gentleman 37, Dr. Pushkin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to address some of the
a misunderstanding of what we're voting on right now. And while I agree with much of the sentiment and appreciate the eloquent words of my friend from the 43rd, this bill doesn't have anything to do with Subutex or Suboxone or any buprenorphine product. You do not need a certificate of need to have a buprenorphine clinic currently. There is no moratorium on buprenorphine clinics. What this bill does is it removes the requirement for a certificate of need just for the methadone clinics and lifts a moratorium that was put in place way before the vast majority of us were ever here. Currently, right now in West Virginia, there are 9 methadone clinics. I believe 7 of them are owned by the same company out of Ohio. If you want to talk about the special interest involved with this bill, there's a special interest against this bill, and that would probably be the company that owns 7 out of 9 of the methadone clinics, and is really, because of this moratorium that was put in place many years before we were here, has really been given a license to make millions of dollars off of the misery of West Virginians. And that's what this bill seeks to address. There is no moratorium for buprenorphine clinics. This artificial number was created years ago for methadone clinics, and I can tell you, as someone who makes a living transporting people to these clinics, we are currently paying to drive people all over the state every single morning to these 9 clinics. So what this does, it will lift the moratorium, allow for probably be a few more clinics, which I think most people can run, is needed. The drug problem in the state hasn't gotten better since the moratorium was put in place. There is more of a need for it now. And if you want to talk about certificate of need, I don't think anyone needs a certificate to show there's a need to address the drug issues in this state. So I would strongly urge passage of this bill. I'd like to thank the lead sponsor and the chair of health for running the bill. It's way past time to address this artificial moratorium that was placed on it. And I share many of the sentiments of my friend from the 43rd. For those who know me know I'm a huge proponent of abstinence-based recovery. That, to me, is the gold standard. That's what we should be striving for, but quite frankly, not everybody, it doesn't work for everybody. So if the clinics were to be shut down, you would have a lot of accidental overdoses, you would have lots of, it would be a huge disaster for this state. However, the way it's run right now, people have nowhere else to go. If they're kicked out, there's no other option. They don't have to be treated like patients at these places, because we've given one company pretty much an unregulated monopoly to make millions of dollars off of West Virginia. So if you want to vote against special interests, vote for the bill.
Lady in the 48th, Doug Kimball's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Chair of Health yield for a question?
Gladly.
I just want to be very clear on this. So if this bill passes, does that mean, I've spoken to you over the last couple of months about clinics going into my area. Does that mean that these clinics can just pop up wherever?
Well, to the gentlelady, we actually took your bill up and passed it out of health yesterday that deals with just what you say. But I'll expand a little bit. Well, I'll answer your question to say that this removes the cap, and then I'll close and I'll get to a little bit more about it. But to the gentleladies, your bill probably is more to that point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Question again before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there further debate on the bill? If not, shall recognize the gentleman 17th, Deckard Rohrbach, to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start out by saying that we're all tired of this drug epidemic. It's not a single person in this room, not a single person in this gallery, not a single person in this state's happy where we're at. Now, we didn't get there overnight. We're not going to get out of it overnight. But I think we do need to clear up a few things. To my friend from Randolph County, I think we all feel his pain and the pain of thousands of families all around the state of West Virginia. Wish this would all go away. Everybody in this room wishes this would go away. Hadn't went away, and we're going to have to work to make it go away. But let's look at what this bill seeks to do. As the gentleman from Kanawha said, there's two levels to CON. The level that methadone clinics are in currently is a moratorium. You can't apply for one. You can't do it. There's 9 in the state, 7 owned by one company. It's for profit. They have to file with the Healthcare Review Authority. Last time I looked, it's been several years ago, they were making about $10 million a year from a company in Columbus that owns these clinics for profit. Now, I'm not accusing anybody of having bad motives, but a lot of these treatment facilities that seem to be more successful have a nonprofit model. What we've had a request for is some of our university treatment programs that I think West Virginia University and Marshall University, they're offering very legitimate treatment programs. Now, I might add that this moratorium has been in place, as was alluded, for decades, long before any of these other methods came out. Unfortunately, in my county, I think at last, okay, so let's go back. You have to get a license to have now, you can't get a license to have a methadone clinic, but currently, if you wanted to get a Subutex clinic, you have to get a license, you have to go through OFLAC, you have to get certified. All this bill seeks to do is put this medication at the same level as the other ones. Now, the questions have been brought up, should we have a certificate of need of all of it? That's probably a legitimate question we should look at. But at this point in time, we've set up a monopoly, a for-profit monopoly from an interest that, frankly, our universities have interest in using this medication, but they can't do it. They're enjoined by what this legislature's done. So I'm trying to get this, the purpose of this bill seeks to get a treatment modality into the hands of our people that want to use it. One of the big reasons is that it's liquid. It's a lot harder to transport, a lot harder to cheat. So, but the universities have interest, but right now they're enjoined. If we don't lift this moratorium, they can't do it. West Virginia University, Marshall University can't use it. So they would like to get on the same footing as the other addiction medications used for medical assisted treatment. That's the purpose of this bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge adoption.
Question before the House: shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 61 ayes, 38 nays, and 1 member absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative, the chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4607 to remove opioid treatment programs from requiring a certificate of need.
Gentleman 29th, Douglas Steele. Douglas Steele.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment, the title amendment.
Are there objections? No objections are heard. Chair will declare the title amendment sponsored by Delegate Steele to be withdrawn. Are there other title amendments? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. For what purposes, Lady in 51st seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question of the Government Organization Chair. If he would yield for a question.
Yes.
Thank you. Is the title consistent with the content of the bill now?
I believe it is. That's why I was withdrawing it.
or there is another title amendment that's likely to be done that will make it that way.
Would you read the title amendment so that we're sure? Because we had a discussion, an objection was made to a title amendment yesterday based on the timing. I just want to make sure we don't pass out a bill that is flawed because it doesn't have the proper title amendment.
The title's fine on this one.
So the title only covers the topic of the methadone
Relating
clinics.
to certificate of need requirements for opioid treatment program.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose is room authority to debate, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inquire of the chair and the clerk. The system here shows a title amendment that's offered by the chairman of health. Am I mistaken?
Does the clerk have title amendments to this bill? Chair is advised by the clerk that title amendment was withdrawn prior to the beginning of the session. Are there further title amendments? All right, let's take the next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4636, clarifying when business and occupation taxes owed to a city or municipality are considered to be remitted on time.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentlemen, 30-second Docket Fast to explain this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill provides consistency for all municipal B&O taxpayers. This bill for payment of municipal B&O taxes and certain city fees pursuant to 81313 of the Code adds a new subsection to define on time as being postmarked on or before the due date, and adds a new section to provide that such taxes and fees are timely paid when their remittance is postmarked on or before the due date, and if, quote, on time, end quote, late fees and penalties may not be assessed. That is a summary. I urge passage.
Question for the House, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on this bill? If not, those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on that question. There are 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4636, clarifying when business and occupation taxes owed to a city or municipality are considered to be remitted on time.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by, are there? Title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action to the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4643, exempting certain health services from certificate of need.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentleman 17th, Docket Rohrbach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill removes birthing centers from their certificate of need process. That's a summary of the bill, and I urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on this bill? Gentleman 61st, Docket Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While we missed the opportunity yesterday to improve this bill and to expand health options, particularly for those I represent in the Eastern Panhandle, who are often made to drive into Maryland or Virginia to receive health care services they need. This is still an incredibly important piece of legislation. As you'd expect, over the past 28 weeks, I've learned a lot about fetal development and the birthing experience. I quickly learned that the birth plans and preferences are very important to expectant mothers, and they deserve to have their wishes accommodated whenever possible. When my wife and I started to research where to have our baby, we realized our options in West Virginia are extremely limited. In fact, there is only one birthing center in the entire state, and that's here in Charleston, some 4.5 hours from our home in Martinsburg. The trend of expectant mothers is moving more and more towards individualized care. From 2004 to 2017, the number of deliveries in birthing centers in the United States more than doubled. And as witnesses noted in the Health Committee, this trend has seen an even larger jump since 2020 due to the COVID restrictions and the many uncertainties that currently exist in hospital settings. Regardless of the reason an expectant mother may choose a non-traditional birth setting, she should have these options available to her. But this bill just doesn't provide options in health care for expectant mothers. It's also about small business. I've personally heard from midwives, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank them for the incredible work they do and their advocacy here at the Capitol on this issue. But there also was testimony in the committee from midwives across the state who have looked to open birthing centers in various parts of our state, including the Eastern Panhandle, Morgantown, and Beckley. However, due to barriers Certificate of Need presents, including the expense and uncertainty of the application process, these midwives have either been unable to open a birthing center or they had to cross our state borders to open one elsewhere. This bill is necessary to help ensure additional birthing centers will open in West Virginia. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the expectant mothers of our state deserve to have access to options in their health care. They deserve to have access to quality services, and they should not have to drive across our state borders to receive this care. That's why I'm proud to be the lead sponsor of this bill, and Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Lady in the 41st, Delegate Tully.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has never been more evident that healthcare consumers are clamoring for choices in the delivery of their care. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, the issue has come to the forefront even more so than it has in the past. This is also true for the care for expectant mothers. Women in rural areas actually are choosing to seek alternative plans for birth, doing home births, because they are very frightened about the implications of the COVID-19 pandemic in relationship to acute care facilities. Many fathers of children have been excluded from the labor and delivery units in hospitals. Mothers are separated sometimes from babies, restricted to their rooms during delivery in the acute care setting, and we need choices. Twice we heard from Beth Redden, a certified nurse midwife. She is actually the president of the West Virginia affiliate of the American College of Nurse Midwives in committee. In fact, I would say Beth was our star witness. We heard that West Virginia followed a national trend of women choosing to deliver at home. And as I stated, the reasons for this were the limitations on acute care beds, limited visitation, separation, and also they were preferring more individualized attention. Birthing centers usually have 1 to 2 beds, so that is a very, very low patient ratio, and the midwife can provide very, very specialized care to those expectant mothers. Having a certificate of need does not equate to higher quality of health care. Limitations on birthing centers are overburdensome, and as my friend from the 61st stated, it is also about allowing small businesses to operate in the state of West Virginia. Most birthing centers cater to women with low-risk pregnancies, and they are very well prepared to handle potential emergencies. In my county of Nicholas, Summersville Regional Hospital stopped delivering babies a number of years ago. I'm an hour and a half away from Charleston, an hour away from Beckley, an hour and a half away from Clarksburg. Women from Webster County also travel far distances to seek prenatal care. We heard about, concerns about transfers from birthing centers to hospitals for complications. But, if you think about it, transfers to tertiary hospitals happen from smaller hospitals as well. And everybody that works in healthcare does their very best to take care of their patients. I am proud of my friend from the 61st for sponsoring this bill, and I would urge adoption or passage.
Chairman, the 42nd, Delegate Longenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief and I will be gone. Monopolies bad, competition good. Please support this bill.
Question again before the House is shall the bill pass. Is there debate on the bill? If not, the chair recognizes. If not, question before the House is shall the bill pass. Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine.
The following members have paired. Delegate Worrell, yea. Delegate Lovejoy, nay.
Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 86 ayes, 11 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4643, exempting certain health services from certificate of need.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4667, prohibition on county, city, or municipality restrictions on advanced air mobility aircraft.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. The gentleman from the 35th Delegate Capito to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The bill provides that a county or municipality shall not enact or adopt an ordinance, policy, or rule that relates to the ownership or operation of an advanced air mobility aircraft or advanced air mobility, and shall not otherwise engage in the regulation or ownership of an advanced air mobility aircraft or advanced air mobility. Any such action is void under state law. Advanced air mobility, as used in this section, means a system that transports people and property by air between points in the United States using aircraft, including electric aircraft and electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft in both controlled and uncontrolled airspace. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the bill. I urge passage.
Question before the House is shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 95 ayes, 1 nay, and 4 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4667, prohibition on county, city, or municipality restrictions on advanced air mobility aircraft.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4668, relating to airbag fraud.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman from the 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The committee substitute modernizes the section of code prohibiting the knowing installation of a fake airbag in a motor vehicle to address technological advancements in the field of supplemental restraints. It also provides penalties for installing or dealing in counterfeit and non-functional airbags, including enhancements for violations which result in the death or serious bodily injury of a person. It also provides exemptions for vehicle sellers without knowledge of a counterfeit or non-functioning airbag, and clarifies that the section does not create a duty upon sellers to have the airbag inspected prior to sale. And finally, clarifies that the section does not limit the liability of a violator in a civil action. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the bill. I urge passage.
The question before the House is shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 95 ayes, 0 nays, and 5 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4668, relating to airbag fraud.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4758, relating to developing and maintaining a database to track reclamation liabilities in the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection Special Reclamation Program.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. The gentleman from the 8th, Douglas Anderson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Federal Office of Surface Mining, the DEP, and the coal industry have requested this change to the Surface Coal Mining and Reclamation Act. This bill simply changes and requires the DEP to develop and maintain a database to track reclamation liabilities at coal mining operations that were permitted after August 3rd, 1977. The information will be updated on a quarterly basis starting this July. I urge passage of the bill. Thank you.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? Gentleman 51st, Second Hansen is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill because the Special Reclamation Fund is broken. It's underfunded because the small fee that's paid on every ton of coal mined is insufficient to meet the obligations, the unfunded reclamation obligations that are required not just in the northern coal fields in my part of the state, but in the southern coal fields as well. And these are obligations not just to reclaim the land that's been impacted by coal mining, but the water that's been polluted. You may recall that there was a legislative audit last year that was pretty alarming in its conclusions. It outlined how precarious the Special Reclamation Fund, how precarious the situation is, that more than half of the bonds in West Virginia are at risk of failure. And the report also noted that 2/3 of the active bonds are held by a single bonding company. That's over $600 million of bonds held by a single bonding company. It's an unsustainable situation, the Special Reclamation Fund. And it's so precarious that our DEP did something pretty extraordinary a couple of years ago when ERP, one of the mining companies, decided that they were going to walk away from their liabilities, hundreds of millions of dollars of reclamation liabilities. They just up and walked away. And the problem is, if the DEP were to allow those liabilities to be covered by the Special Reclamation Fund, it would have become insolvent. So the DEP went to court, and they got the court to appoint a special receivership for ERP so that it would not forfeit its bonds and would not impact the Special Reclamation Fund. It's an indication of how close this fund is to insolvency. So I also just wanted to mention that there is a council called the Special Reclamation Fund Advisory Council that meets periodically, and it sets the fees. It sets the fees on every ton of coal that's mined. And it's based on an actuarial analysis, a projection of how much is going to be needed in the future to reclaim the land and clean up the water. And this Special Reclamation Fund Advisory Council just put out their new report earlier this month. And it's not based on the reality. Number one, there's no mention of the legislative audit or the findings from the audit program in the Advisory Council's report that just came out. There's no mention of ERP's forfeiture of their bonds or their bankruptcy and how that could impact the Special Reclamation Fund if it wasn't for that extraordinary measure that DEP took to keep them out of the Special Reclamation Fund. And it makes projections on the future needs based on the past. And the coal industry is, as we all know, hit some tough times. The amount of coal that's being mined these days is less than in the past, and the riskiness of these bonds is higher than in the past. In fact, it's so risky that there are few private companies willing to underwrite these operations in the current time or in the future. So, this is a small bill. It's a step forward. It's going to be required by the Office of Surface Mining, so I'm glad we're doing it. It will help the state make more realistic projections about how much money is required to meet the future reclamation obligations as coal companies walk away from their responsibilities. So I urge passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there further debate on the bill? If not, gentleman from the 8th, close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the support of the gentleman from Monongalia. I urge passage of the bill.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 88 ayes, 8 nays, and 4 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4758, relating to developing and maintaining a database to track reclamation liabilities in the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection Special Reclamation Program.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4768, relating to change hearing location and customer notice provisions.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, gentleman on 15th, Douglas Foster, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to amend the hearing and notice provisions in determining whether a utility is distressed under West Virginia Code. Under existing law, such hearings must be held in utility service area. The bill would allow such hearings to be held within 25 miles of the utility service area, provides that the Commission must give reasonable notice of time, place, and subject matter of the hearing, and removes the requirement that such notice be issued through Class 1 legal advertisements. That's the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge passage.
Question before the House, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 86 ayes, 11 nays, and 3 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4768, relating to change hearing location and customer notice provisions.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
House Bill 4769, eliminate the requirement to send recommended decisions by certified mail.
Are there objections to having this bill explained in lieu of having it read? If not, the gentleman on 15th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to eliminate the requirement under certain limited circumstances to send recommended decisions by certified mail, return receipt requested. The bill applies only to proceedings where the parties have already appeared, a hearing has been held, the parties have submitted briefs and proposed finding of fact and conclusions of law. Under such circumstances, the parties involved have an interest in the outcome, are aware of the fact that the order will be issued, and will have provided the Commission with a valid mailing address or electronic means of communication. Removing the certified mail requirement under such circumstances would not prejudice the parties and would result in cost savings to the Public Service Commission. That's the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge its passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 92 ayes, 5 nays, and 3 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
House Bill 4769, eliminate the requirement to send recommended decisions by certified mail.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4785, relating to judicial vacancies.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman 35th, Doug Capito, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The committee substitute provides that a vacancy occurring in the offices of Justice of the Supreme Court of Appeals, Judge of the Intermediate Court of Appeals, Judge of a Circuit Court, or judge of a family court is filled by the governor of the state by appointment, if the unexpired term is for a period of not more than 3 years. This language is consistent with Article 8, Section 7 of the West Virginia Constitution. And secondly, the bill clarifies that this alteration shall apply to judicial vacancies existing at the date of passage. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the bill. I'm happy to take questions. I do urge passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on this bill? Lady in the 51st, Douglas Fletcher, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill. Some of you may have seen an editorial in the Gazette that appeared, I believe, yesterday by Julie Archer, which she called this a judicial power grab. And the gentleman is correct. There is language in the Constitution that allows this rather simple change from 3 years to 2 years. However, I'd like to give a little bit of history and talk a little bit about the other language in Article 8 that I think is really important. This 2-year time limit was adopted after a whole lot of negotiation and consideration, and it applied when this body impeached the entire Supreme Court. So in that instance, those candidates ran, and it was okay. We've just had this sudden resignation, and now all of a sudden it is not okay. And what does that mean? Well, it means that we won't be following the spirit of our Constitution. Article 8, Section 2 says the judges shall be elected by the voters. Article 8, Section 5 says the judge or judges of each circuit court shall be elected by the voters. Article 8, Section 16 says family court judges shall be elected by the voters. So what this means is that we are, that instead of the voters having the control, the governor, who has appointment power, will have control. And the governor will be appointing a person for a considerable number of years. And I think the spirit of the Constitution says the voters should be in control. So I'm sticking with the voters. I urge a no vote.
Okay, question again is, shall the bill pass? Is there further debate on the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the bill? Okay, if not, the question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member now voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there were 73 ayes, 23 nays, and 4 members absent. Majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4785 relating to judicial vacancies.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill take effect from passage.
The question before the House is the motion that the bill take effect from passage. Those in favor of that motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result on this question. There are 78 ayes, 19 nays, and 3 members absent. 2/3 of the members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4797 to create an EV infrastructure deployment plan for West Virginia that describes how our state intends to use its share of NEVI formula program funds.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? No objections are heard. Gentleman of 15th, Douglas Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to require the Department of Transportation to create an electronic vehicle deployment plan for West Virginia that describes how our state intends to use the $6.8 million share of the 2022 National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Formula funds. The department is required to develop and submit that plan to the Federal Joint Office of Energy and Transportation by August 1st, 2022, in order to access the funds. This bill would require the department to submit its proposed plan first to the Joint Committee on Government and Finance by July 1st, 2022. That is the bill, Mr. Speaker, and I urge its passage.
Question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Is there debate on the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member now voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 96 ayes, 2 nays, and 2 members absent. A majority of members voting in the affirmative. The chair declares that bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4797 to create an EV infrastructure deployment plan for West Virginia that describes how our state intends to use its share of NEVI formula program funds.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Tony moves to amend the title.
Question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. Those in favor of the title amendment will please say aye. Those opposed will please say no. The ayes have it. The chair declares that title amendment adopted. The title as amended by the House will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Are there further bills on third reading? If not, the House will momentarily stand at ease. Okay, bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4491 to establish requirements for carbon dioxide sequestration.
Are there amendments?
Delegate Young moves to amend the bill. On page 11, section 8, lines 1 through 9, by striking out subsection A in its entirety and inserting in lieu thereof the following. A, for the purposes of this article, carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas, but when injected and sequestered in accordance with an underground injection control permit issued by the Secretary, is not to be considered a pollutant, and the operation and existence of a carbon dioxide sequestration facility shall not be considered a public nuisance.
The question now before the House is the amendment just read by the clerk. Leading the 35th, Delegate Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to start by saying that I drafted the amendment incorrectly, and we're really only changing 5 words. So only 5 words are changing. The intent of the amendment stays the same. I also want to say I'm a sponsor of this bill, so I do support it, and I missed committee. So I missed committee because I had a death in my family, so if you like me or want to give me sympathy, you could vote for this. But what it does is it's technical in nature, and within Chapter 22, we define greenhouse gas a couple different times, and every time we do, we say that it means carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. That's why we're going to capture it and put it underground. That's a great thing to do to lower carbon emissions here in West Virginia and all across the nation. I just want to clarify that we're saying carbon dioxide itself is a greenhouse gas. I do not want our code to say it is not a pollutant. And I realize that it says when injected and sequestered, because when we're putting it underground, it is not a pollutant. However, on its own, it is a greenhouse gas. So it's just providing clarification. The DEP helped me draft this. The people who are pushing this bill do not have a problem with it, so I hope you will support it.
Gentleman 35th, Delegate Capito.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by saying 2 things. Number 1, the lady is my friend. And number 2, what she says is accurate, that this amendment, if adopted, would do no harm technically to the bill. What the amendment does do is inserts a declaration and a definition into a bill that is wholly unrelated to the purpose and the spirit of the bill. I don't think it is necessary. Again, I said it does no harm to the bill, but I don't think it's necessary. If we wanted to make this sort of definition, we'd probably do it elsewhere in the code. For that reason, I am going to vote against the amendment because I don't think it is additive, but again, it does no harm. So if you feel as though you want to make a declaration that carbon is a greenhouse gas in this particular section of code, I don't think it fits, but if that is your desire, then you would want to support the lady's amendment, but I'm going to oppose it.
The gentleman first.